Hey. Happy Tuesday, guys. It's June 25th, 2024, and we hit 10,000 subs yesterday, and I got to thank you all so very much for that. It means the world to me. You guys are amazing for growing this channel how you have. You guys, I don't even have words still, but thank you all for being here with me that were here last night when we did that. God bless each and every one of you. Much love to you all. Again, guys, today we're having a wide open discussion, live call-in. I'm going to open the phone lines at some point. We're going to continue talking about the Noah Presgrove case that we didn't get a chance to talk about and to finish talking about because of the scenario that happened with Caleb Harris's, the possibility of Caleb Harris's remains being found yesterday. And quite a bit more we'll be talking about since we're having an open discussion. Again, folks, thank you guys for joining me today. Please make sure you're hitting that like button as you come through that door. Let's get this in that algorithm and keep it there if we can, folks. Share this out to everybody you know that would want to come on in here and hang out and talk with us, please, if you will. And I say we get this show on the road. Here we Hey. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, thank you all so much for joining me today. I appreciate you very, very much. Oh my God, my dogs are gonna kill me one of these days. I swear to God. I don't know. In my intro, the very beginning, I don't know how many of you saw, but my little white dog by that tree decided he was gonna start to lift his leg. Thank God nothing happened, but I'm telling you, heart attacks. Thank God for this camera. I'd have never seen him doing that and caught his. I don't know what he's doing either. He's never done that before. I think it's because of the other dog, but regardless. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Great to have you here. Did you see it, Moni? I know somebody had to see it. I looked down and I seen his leg go up and I went, what are you doing? No. No. Crazy stuff. Either way. Thank you, Doodle. Welcome, everybody. Again, thank you guys so very much for joining us today. June 25th. This month is flying by, guys. That's what I was wondering, Bonnie. If maybe because the other dog, maybe he's trying to, but no. The other dog don't pee that way because he can't lift his leg. He's too little. His legs are this big. He squats. So, you know. But that's new. He just started. He did that one other time in the dining room next to the chair, and I caught him then too. So ain't playing that game. We don't do that stuff in here. So welcome, guys. And again, thank you guys all so very much for being part of this community, this family, and helping to grow this channel to 10,000 community members, family members, whatever we want to call it. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that so very much. No drama in here, Alina. I'm sorry to say. Not today, not today, not today, not today. So let's see here. First thing I want to do is show you something as part of my going to be adding this to part of my intro. Thanks to one of my amazing moderators. We call her the channel mother. Wisdom Speaks, Miss Sherry. She's so amazing. That was really loud. Sorry, folks. All right. This is going to be added to my my intro at this point. I love this. All right, here we go. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. And I want that known too. As you read it, it says, don't judge my choices without knowing my reasons. Facts. That's going to be my whole motto because I love it. And I thank you, Miss Sherry, for that. That means the world to me. It really does. It's that is who I am, period. And she obviously knows me. You know what I mean? So thank you again, Doodle, for that, and I appreciate you very much. But that's me, guys. That's exactly how I feel about things, and that's that. So let's see here. That will be added into my my intro for sure. Speaking of peeps, awesome peeps, who we got with us today, taking time out of their crazy day to hang with us. Looks like Miss Bonnie. Welcome back, Miss Bonnie. Great to see you. Cassie, welcome. Hello. Great to have you here again. The amazing Miss Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry, thank you for joining us. Molly Drake, hey, good to see you. I did, Molly. I did. Thank you. Let me see. Doc Holiday, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Miss Paula, welcome, and great to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Straight Talker 76 in the house. Welcome back. Great to have you. Steven's Adventure. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. My Doodle Bug. There she is. Good to see you, Doodle. I'm glad you're feeling better. Great to have you here. DS, welcome back. Great to see you today. Walt Harris, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Green Goddess, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Butterfly, hello. Great to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. Brandy B, the OG in the house. Great to see you, Brandy. Hope you're doing well. Feeling better. Skip to my Lou. How are you today? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I do agree with that comment for sure. Carl Ferguson. Hello, my friend. Good to see you and welcome back. Great to see you. See something, say something. How are you? Good to see you. In Stitches. Welcome back. Great to see you again. He is, I think he's 14 months old. Allison Malsack. Welcome and good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Green-eyed PI, welcome, ma'am. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Alina Underwood, again, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Modi in the middle. Where's she at? She's in the middle, but she's here too, and I'm so grateful to have you here today. Thank you again very much for that. Tomboy Charms in the house. Welcome back, Tomboy. Good to see you today. Shauna Marks, welcome. Always a pleasure to see all of you. Shaylee Tongue. I think I said that right. Tongue. Shaylee Tongue. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Salty Sleuth Investigates. Welcome, dear. Good to see you today again. Great to have you all here. Cooking with Kiki Sundays at home. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so very much. Sweetie Cake, good to see you today. Girl Next Door, welcome back. T2014, always a pleasure. Joanne Jackson, hello and welcome from the UK. It's pretty warm here today. It's not as bad as it's been, though. Crime Chaos with Keisha, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for that as well. Debbie Clark, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Come on now, let's get to the top there and see what we got going on. We got 117 people with 66 likes, guys. You know what I'm going to say. Please make it happen so we can get in that algorithm and stay out there. Please, please. We got to keep YouTube happy or we're not happy. Let me see. Jane H., welcome. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Blue Butterflies, welcome back. Good to see you today. Miss W, how are you? Good to see you. Mothman Travels, welcome back. Love that name. I love that name. I'm a huge fan of the Mothman. I think I have one of my own, actually. Teresa S., welcome back. Great to see you. Hope you're all having an amazing day today. I really do. Absolutely. I did get that one, Molly. Like I said, and downloaded it. I have it. I have to bring it into the StreamYard system yet, but Lisa Vallejo, welcome back. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Find yourselves a place to sit. Grab a chair, a couch, the toilet, a stump, whatever works. Grab something. Have a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your drinks. Let's do this. Love you. What's going on? And welcome back. And congratulations and welcome to all the new members we have, guys. We gained. I think I got to check for sure. Green Eyed PI was on a roll yesterday, and we gained, I think, 35 new members yesterday in one day, one show. 35. That's a lot. That is a whole lot. So thank you so much to all of you for that as well, guys. We have a huge member base in this community now. Huge. And yes, SRB, welcome, dear. And hit 10,000 family members, 10,000 community members. You guys, I can't. Words don't even express my feelings at this point still. Welcome, T. Great to see you. And thank you for that. Lisa G, hello. Soda Drink 75 in the house. What's going on? 10K, guys. 10,000 people. 10,000. Imagine that. 10,000 people in this community all together. And 10,000 amazing people. That's another thing. 10,000 good-hearted, good soul, amazing, just beautiful people, folks, all in one community. That's just beyond amazing to me. It's hard to fathom and hard to process, to be honest with you. That's so many people. It's a lot of damn meatballs, guys. We got a lot of damn meatballs in this. We need I'm gonna have to go out and get a bigger pot here pretty soon. So we're looking into that now too. Mama Bear, there she is. This is my partner in crime, the better half of me in here. And no, that's we're not together in a relationship. She's not my wife. She's married to an awesome guy. I'm married to an awesome person. She's just my co-host and the person that I could not have gotten to where I'm at without in any way, shape, or form. This lady here is in my heart, guys. She really is. She's a very, very good friend. And I'm grateful to God that I was able to meet with her, to meet up with her, to bring her into my life. I thank God every day for bringing her into my life. She's done a lot for me. She really has. As a person, as a friend, and as my partner in here, she has. So thank you so much, Mama Bear, for just being who you are. Welcome, Miss Kells. Good to see you. Widow, welcome back. Great to have you all here. Thank you, Kels. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Blue Butterfly. 5 more meatballs. That's right. Somebody just dropped. Wait a minute. Miss Bonnie gifted 5 membership. Lisa Vallejo, DS, Carly Ray Savage, Combat Vet Price 74, and Taylor. And welcome to the sauce, all you awesome people. I appreciate that so very much, Miss Bonnie. I really do. Miss Kim, hello and welcome. The pot is definitely stretching. It's not Mama Bear's birthday. It was Mind a Monster's birthday last night, yes. Which she's at work right now. Otherwise, she'd probably be joining us as well. Unfortunately, I believe Mama Bear has to work today. So she's here in spirit, always with us and in the chat as well. Let's see. Welcome, Miss Marion. Thank you so much for joining us today. What are we saying RIP for, Kels? Oh, okay.
Happy birthday to an amazing...
All right, guys, 1 second here. I'm going to put this up for Mind of Monsters. She's not in here right now, but I will play it regardless for right now to 2009. Oh, gotcha, Kels. Okay. This is Miss Molly put this together from the mods and the community for Mom for her birthday. One second, guys.
Happy birthday to an amazing individual who selflessly gives their heart and soul to make a difference in the lives of others. Your unwavering dedication to helping others is a testament to your extraordinary character. You are a shining example of kindness and compassion, and your profound impact on so many lives is immeasurable. Thank you for being a beacon of hope, love, and support. You're more than just a helper, you're a hope bringer. May your special day be filled with love, laughter, and celebration.
Thank you, Molly, dear. I will make sure I show her that again later when she pops up. That's awesome. She'll love that for sure. For sure. That was great. Thank you so much, Molly. Lamy, welcome. Good to see you. Arctic, there you are, bro. We was looking for you yesterday. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you today. Miss Kimber, welcome. Good to have you here. Widow 33, great to see you again. Miss Cluminati, good to see you. 4 puppies so far. Clue was live earlier, and her dog finally started delivering. Well, they're coming a little quicker now, huh? The first one came, then we got 4 so far. How's she doing? I hope she's doing okay. Natalie Scanlon, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you, Milo. Hold on a minute, guys. I don't know why he keeps doing that. Nothing's coming out though when he does it. It's weird. Good God. Nope. I don't know what he's doing. He keeps lifting his leg and nothing's coming out. I don't understand what his point is. I think he's doing this because of the other dog. I'm swearing to God, guys. He's never done this. I don't think so. Yes, congrats on the puppies, Clue. He's got to be working. He's got to be, but he's not. Nothing's coming out of it though. There's no urine coming out of it. He's done it twice now in the past 20 minutes. He went outside too, and there's nothing coming out of it. It's strange. Maybe he just thinks he's marking his territory. I don't care. As long as nothing's coming out, then we're good. So he can do it all day. Um, April Wine, welcome. Good to see you. Come on in, everybody, please. Are they all brown? Oh, well, Clue, I'm going to need you to box one of them up and send it to me. We can do that, right? Just express mail it. It'll get here quick. Nothing came out, though, Tomboy. That's the thing. There's no dampness over there. Nothing. I checked it both times. I think we're going to do that, Moni. We're going to do it. We do it to all of our animals. We wanted to wait till they get to a certain age. What's up? What's up? Constipated? I doubt it. He usually has no problems with that. Yeah, the food he eats, they usually have no problems doing that at all. Aaron B, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Come on in, everybody. We got 167 people, 94 likes, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. Please hit that like button. Please. Please. All males. Wow. That's crazy. Are you sure? So it's kind of hard to tell when they're puppies like that if they're male or female. Oh yeah, they get constipated. Blue. This guy here, Oscar. He used to have problems with that a lot, where he couldn't go. I think it is behavioral. I agree. Well, 100%. And like I said, he never did it. He's very good with telling us when he's got to go. Until this other dog showed up, and that's 3 times I've seen him do it. So he's obviously done it a couple other times, but there's no urine anywhere. Pugopolis, what's up? I have a male that marks his territory outside so much that he has none left when he comes in and he tries to mark it. He did that outside too, but there's nothing here. Nothing here. Can you hit the members link, please? Mods, can we drop the member link, please, if you will? Meemaw, hello. Come on in, everybody. I do want to thank you again to the Blue Crew, my moderators. I want you guys to understand how much of a part of this channel's growth you guys are, and how important to me you all are. Mama Bear is Mama Bear, but you guys are just as amazing, okay? And I wouldn't, or shouldn't ever try to do what I do in here without you guys. And I hope you guys all know how important to me you are. And that goes for my producers as well. Doodle, Molly, Andy, Salty has done a lot of producing for me and continues to. She's amazing. So all of you guys are just know how important you guys are to this community, to myself, and to my family as well. My family knows you guys. They know who you are, what you do. They're grateful for you as well. So just know that. Thank you, Doodle. Yeah, I have to say, in my opinion, that I have the best mods in YouTube, and I don't care what anybody says. I will argue to the death. Walks with Dogs. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Come on in, everybody. We're having an open discussion today, by the way. Somebody just asked. He's wafting scent molecules over the space. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Because there's no urine coming out. It's weird. I wondered what that was. By the way, real quick, if you have an iPhone and you're trying to become a member, there is the link, because a lot of people struggle with it with the iPhones. There's a link to be able to do it. Are you crying, Clue? Because of the puppies? Yeah, we're gonna go have him neutered. We're going to do it to both at the same time, but we kind of wanted them to get to a certain age. No, I didn't pee. I don't watch her after what she did with that those photos. I don't trust people that way at all. Thank you, Cassie. But anyway, we're gonna continue talking about Noah Presgrove. We didn't get to finish it yesterday because of the scenario that was going on with the possibility of um, Caleb's remains being found. We're gonna discuss some of that as well. That's kind of what I was thinking too, Salty. I will do that. Green Eyed, thank you. And thank you for being in this community, Green Eyed. It's very helpful knowing who you are. With what you provide to this community, I want to thank you for that and know that you're appreciated. Get back in there now. Go to your bed. All right, let me check this email real fast. Ah, gotcha. Okay. The picture you didn't attach the picture, Green Eye. At least I don't see it. It doesn't show it. If there was a picture, Green Eyed. I think it reads like there's supposed to be one, but it's not there. Wow, walks with dogs. That's a lot of puppies. All right. I'll tell you what. Are you hold on a minute. Oh my god. That's so cute. I'm showing them. I gotta show them, guys. Sorry, Clue. Not to expose your babies, but I got it. This is adorable. I love them. They're so tiny. Look, guys. They're Clupies. There's the Clupies. They're already feeding on Mama, or trying to maybe. There's the Clupies. They're so cute. Whoa, that was too big. Oh, okay. I got you, Green Eyed. I didn't know, but thank you for the tip. Rhonda Brand, welcome. They're so little. They're so cute. They're gonna be adorable. And they're gonna look just like her because these puppies, these dogs, they look the same. They're the same thing. So they're just little things, little things. Oh, look, they still have their cords attached to them. Look, see them? Or that one does at least. I think that one does too. They do. They look perfect. She's doing good. Good, Mama. Shih Tzu, yeah. The father is the other dog that Clue has. The boy. She calls him the boy. Um, well, she'll be a lot more comfortable. Clue said she was miserable up until like yesterday. Well, at least you know now, Clue, you'll be safe from falling now. You know what I'm saying? I'll bet she's beat. She was miserable. She's a little thing too. The dog is. So yeah, how's the mail been, Clue? Um, hold on a minute here. Has he been around or where you at, bro? Arctic. There it is. All right, check your Discord if you're interested, brother. There's a link in there for you. I don't know. He drinks a lot of water, Cass. I agree, Doodle. Very dangerous. We'll have to talk about that, Andy, for sure. Tommy Turbyphil, hello. Thank you, Green Eyed. Thank you so much. There he is. What's up, my brother?
What's up?
I was looking. You must have been busy yesterday. I know. I heard you had a lot going on, but I was trying to grab you to bring you in here for what was going on yesterday.
Yeah, dude, yesterday I had to go out of state to take my husband to take some licensing exam for his insurance job. And I
Okay.
was gone most of the day, got back, and I was so exhausted I just crashed.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Yeah, it was an interesting day for sure. Nothing yet, obviously, as of clarification or confirmation, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be him, but
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I'm just waiting for confirmation before I put anything out. I did unlist the videos temporarily until I find out one way or the other if it is actually Caleb or not. So.
right. Well, and when I went into it, it was in the midst of I was talking about something else, and people started talking about it, and I'm like, well, shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, you were
I didn't
covering
know what
Noah
to
as
do.
soon as that news broke. I mean, it's crazy. And Noah's case is out there too. I see so many similarities between Noah's case and Timmy D's case, and that law
Mhm.
enforcement just doesn't seem to be doing much investigating, if any at all. So.
I know, and that's what we're gonna finish talking about Noah today. I have more on it. That one's bugging me a little bit. You know what I mean? There's too many people involved. What's up, Clue? Sorry, I didn't say hello to you.
Hi.
How's your hand feeling? You can let everybody know.
It's okay. It's really good. I mean, it really doesn't hurt until I try to move my fingers.
Right. Well, like I said, now that she's had her puppies, hopefully this won't be an issue for you anymore. To have to worry
Oh, yeah.
about where, you know what I'm saying?
She's
Yeah, we're
worn
gonna
out.
right. We're gonna
You asked,
continue. What'd you say?
you asked how the dad was. He was trying to come over there near her,
She
and
growl,
she was like, just back off. So now he's sitting in one of
staring.
the lazy boy recliners, just like, okay, I'll stay in my place.
That's kind of what they do. when I had it was funny when I had the cat that had kittens that showed up here. My cat Oliver, he was out there, so he went over to start sniffing, and she went nuts, and I mean nuts. And I'm like, "Whoa, calm down! They're not even his because he's been fixed for since we've had him." And he was looking at her like, "What's wrong with you?" I was just seeing him, checking him out, but it was weird because after she was done, and a couple days later, he would go over there and sleep next to her and like around the kittens,
Mm-hmm.
like he was protecting him or something. It was weird. And then the other cat that showed up I had cats pop around here all the time, came up on the porch and he went jackass crazy, like hissing and arched up. And so that's when I realized he was protecting these kittens. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's amazing how they like by nature, like we know
Yeah,
our role. You know what I
the,
mean?
the instinct, right? It was pretty neat. What's up, Plumey? Indian Taco. Pete Box, great to have you in here. Again, Elvis is in the building. Hello. Liz W. I think I got everybody. Lee Bird. Hello. Abigail. All you guys, thank you so much for joining us today. But yeah, like I was saying, spicy sugar, good to see you. Somebody else was just I saw good evening. 3M, there it is. And Froggy Megsy. Yeah, we're gonna go back and go over more of the rest of the list and stuff for Noah, this one has caught my attention like pretty hardcore. There's a lot of people involved in this case that it does remind me of Timmy's case, Arctic. You're right, because of the friends and the party, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's got a lot of the same feeling to it. It's crazy. So we're going to be looking at that for sure and finish that off and continue following it, because I have, as we watched the video of the interview with Jack, his best friend, something bothers me from that, guys. Like, for those of you that were with us yesterday, you'll know what I'm talking about, and I'll refresh everybody that wasn't here possibly with that. But this interview that his best friend Jack, they were friends forever. Nellie Nipple, hello and welcome to you. Lucia Williamson, you as well. I don't trust him at this point. There's a statement that was made that he posted that Noah was dead at 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. or something. Oh, look at that. Look. Oh my God, that's adorable. So little. So, are you being a good nurse, baby Clue? That's so cute. Oh my God, they're adorable. And then he hadn't gotten to the body till 5 or 5:15, and that's the other thing. Somebody just said it in chat. Where'd it go? Leslie, yes, welcome, Leslie. Somebody had their a tooth in his pocket and tossed it to the body. Jack takes a pair of shorts and exchanges them for another pair and brings them back. What the hell's going on with this?
Yeah, there's so much that doesn't add up. The mismatched shoes. And what bothers me more than anything is how spread out the debris field actually was, because what it appears to me like is that someone was driving the wrong way down the highway and shoved Noah out of a vehicle, is what it looks like he was in the bed of the truck and got shoved out.
And then he got run over by something else, I think, too. I truly do, because of the way his skull was split in two. That something ran him over. I'm sorry. I can agree. That does make sense now. I didn't think about that, Arctic. That's a good point, that he was shoved maybe out of the back of the truck, and then another vehicle possibly ran him over. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Good point. Critical consideration. Welcome. We don't know yet, Critical. I promise you, I will let you know once that happens. Maker's Box, welcome to you. Blue Bunker, good to see you. Well, see, Mama Bear brought that up too and said maybe he was hood surfing or car surfing or something. I can see that, okay? And I get that. I agreed with her on that. But the way everybody else is acting about this is what bothers me. They lied about who washed him down when he got all muddied up and everything. Jade Lotus, welcome. I don't think that the four-wheeler would do that kind of damage, though, Jade. If you guys were not here for when I read the autopsy results, this kid's skull literally was broken half, folks. The skull is a very hard bone to break like that, okay? You got to have some serious pressure and, to do something like that, which, in my opinion, sounds and feels like his head could have been run over with the force of a vehicle. Okay, it's crazy to me. It is. So
yeah, I think it would be crushed.
What? Hold on. What'd you say, Clue?
You would think it would be crushed.
Yeah, and what'd you say, Arctic, after that?
I said either that or someone beat the living fuck out of him and cracked his skull with a 2x4 or something like that.
I mean, I was thinking about that, and I looked into that a little bit late last night, about what it would take and what it could. I mean, I imagine it. I mean, some serious force had to come behind that, but yeah, that could do that too. And if it's hit right at the right way, the way it read in the autopsy.
Think about this for a second. If he had been shoved out the back of a pickup truck going 70, 80 miles an hour down the highway, and his head comes down on that asphalt, that's going to crack the skull wide open.
Yeah, I bet it. Yeah, That does make some sense. Well, when you said coming out of the back of a truck, I didn't think about that yesterday. That makes a lot of sense. We're in Oklahoma. Everybody has pickup trucks, so on and so forth. They've talked about who was driving what and who wasn't. Things. I mean, this makes some sense. Molly says, with as much as him and Jack were fighting that night, and Noah allegedly wrecked 2 ATVs, one of them being a Polaris. They're not cheap. Someone may have gotten mad, and that's very possible. It is very possible they got mad at him. Thank you, butterflies. We're going to throw that up because some of this stuff is going to get a little bit raunchy, guys, a little bit rough. I'm going to tell you right off the gate, welcome, Paige. If you can't handle stuff like this, the autopsy stuff, we may go over that again because I'm going to need to clarify some things. And now that I have Arctic here too, I kind of wanted him to hear and see some of this. It probably already has, but still, I want opinions. So, and there's more that I hadn't gotten to yesterday. So, and the thing is if you looked at the toxicology, his blood alcohol level was pretty up there, but something bugs. There's nothing else in his system. Okay. And just something bugs me. Something bugs me. Heather Fitzgerald, good to see you. Not okay with what Heather just said. Somebody standing, falling, and cracking. I understand you can crack it, but to split it in two takes a lot of force, guys. I'm telling you. I looked it up with my experience in EMS and things like that. I've never seen that happen ever. I've seen a lot of cracks, fractures, this and that, different things, but that seems to me like a lot of pressure was behind that, or a lot of force that caused that, in my opinion, at least. Sorcerer's, good to meet you. So, let me see here. Good to see you, Abigail. All right. So, let me get this up here again. Mama Bear left me with stuff I wasn't able to finish yesterday. And this young, I feel so bad because this kid was just getting his life started.
Yeah, he was supposed to go into the military, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah. This is Noah. Okay. Very handsome young man. He was a multi-sports player, football, basketball, baseball, wrestling. He was very active. He was going places. He was just all around. And like I said, he was a typical kid. They were partying. They were at a 4-day party. They were drinking. He was drinking. These things happen, but your friends are supposed to support you and protect you. That's how it was when I was growing up. I'm interested to know, mad or not mad, this kid, Jack, was his best friend. They grew up their whole lives together. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. Something about the interview with Jack, it made me, it bothered me. Okay. First of all, he had sunglasses on. You couldn't really see his eyes. And whether it was because he was upset or something just seems off. I don't know. I'll have to check the email, but let me bring this other stuff up and let's get rolling with some of this stuff, guys. Again, thank you all for joining me for this. This case really needs some attention, guys. This needs to be, like Arctic said, they need to start looking at things. If they're not talking about it. If they are, they're not talking about it. The thing is, they need to look a little deeper, in my opinion. So, hold on here. Let's see. All right. Molly, do we have that video everybody's been talking about, or is that the video you sent me already? Okay. Hold on a minute here. I'm pulling up the wrong documents. Sorry, guys. I have heard, yes, Paige, I've heard that the FBI is involved. I didn't know if that was true or not yet. Let me see here. Bear with me, folks. All right. Where's it at? Oh no, don't tell me it's not here now. Where did it go? Wait, this might be it right here. Hold on. Yep, I found it. Thank the Lord. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go through this list of stuff here and cover it all. Finish up where we were. So this is a map first and foremost. Okay, this is where this party happened. Okay. This is where he was found. It's literally right down the road. That close. So well, there were fights that night. See something over girls. I'll never understand that. I said that last night.
Well, and he had gotten into a fight with a girl at the party too. I'm not sure if that girl was his girlfriend or his friend, one of his friends, but allegedly he had gotten into a fight with a girl at the party.
Yep, that is true. That is very true, sir. Thank you for clarifying. That's true. We talked about a little bit about that yesterday. Oh shoot, where'd it go? Come on, dude. And I think there's a video showing him with doing something back and forth with this one girl. I mean, he was definitely, and listen, guys, don't take this the wrong way. I don't mean this in a disrespectful way at all. He was acting a little wild. You could see that in some of the videos, so on and so forth. But he had been drinking. He was having a good time. That's what these kids do. I did the same things back in the day. I'm sure Arctic did at some point too. Clue. Every one of us has done these things when we were younger. That doesn't constitute somebody's death. Okay. Now, if it was 100% an accident, okay, that's different. I don't think it was. I'm sorry. I just don't think it was. Because of the injuries and the amount of the injuries, even if the case, okay, let's just say this. If he was thrown out of the back of a vehicle going even high speed, he's going to get messed up, period. Not to the extent that he is at this point, I don't think, though. Okay. I'm just saying, it seems a bit much for what happened. And I could be completely wrong. And if that's the case, that's the case. I'm just saying something is not right. So this is the road, the area that he was found. I just want to make sure you guys have all the details on this one. Okay, I believe this spot right here is where he was. You can see this is definitely rural country road. Now, looking at this road, the asphalt, it's rough. It's really rough. So it's going to tear his body up too. That's another thing. But I think he'd have more than he has in specific spots. The whole left side of his body was really, really damaged bad. Okay. From the head down. So that had to be the site, in my opinion, of impact to the road per se. I just feel like after the fact, there was something more done. The left side of his face had road rash going down the backside back here. So I think there's more. I do. Hold on a minute here. Better picture here. Oh yeah. Shows a little bit more of it. Okay, so these markings here. I think this may be where he was. And they found, like Arctic said, the scene was so spread out. And again, guys, so you get a picture, like a mental picture. 2 different shoes, nothing else. He was found nude, I believe. The shorts were off. So that's a little strange to me as well. And then things were spread out, so it's weird. It's weird to me. And yes, I think he would have more in that scenario. Was he not wearing a helmet? Well, no. He didn't have a reason to wear a helmet. According to what was stated, as he was walking down the road. That's one of the things that was stated. So I don't know how to really take this though. So, um, what do we got here? Hold on. Okay, so this is a little bit more of a just to give an explanation in some of this. Both shoulder blades fractured, 10 rib fractures on the back, 9 vertebrae fractures in the upper and middle back, vertebrae fractures top down view. Okay, see both sides, guys. The 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 ribs being broken that way, that many of them, I just can't. If you were thrown out of a vehicle, that's fine. But there's I just don't I can't put this together. I've seen a lot of these things. Something's wrong. I just feel personally like he was possibly run over as well. And I'm not saying that it was an accident either. Now, the other thought was that if he was car surfing, that he may have came off the vehicle and that same vehicle ran him over. Okay. But nobody's claiming that. And kids panic. They don't know what to do with certain situations. I'm just saying there's some things that bother me about this, and I'm trying to really put my finger on what it is and put it together in my mind. I mean,
Well, and the mismatched shoes, and then the fact that the shoes were on, but the shorts weren't. When you get hit by a car, the first thing that's going to happen is it's going to knock you out of your shoes. It's not going to knock you out of your shorts. So how the hell is he
thank you.
not wearing shorts, but he's still got his shoes on?
That's what I'm saying. It's almost like he was kind of put there, and then you know what I mean? Does it sound too out of the range for what I'm saying, Arctic, to you?
No, I mean, in my opinion, there's definitely some type of foul play afoot here.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree, and I'm trying to put this together. That's why I like doing this with you guys. People say different things, see different things. I can't put it together exactly what and how. The fact that there's so many people involved. Okay, there's a lot of names, a lot of moving parts, and this is just to me. This is just not that it was an accident and he got hit by a car. There's way too much to it, too much more to it than what they're saying. And I don't understand why they're not looking into it that way. You know, that's a problem for me. Um, I'm gonna do this for you guys that weren't here yet.
No sound, Dago.
Hold on, sorry. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to click the link.
Really remarkable reporting that you were able to get on both sides of this now what seems sort of pitched debate between these families. Tell me what you learned today.
Yeah, really interesting hearing both sides of the story, one from family, another one from a very, very dear friend. We did the interview separately because I didn't want any sort of contamination of the things that they were going to say to me and their accounting of the story, but really great details from the both of them. I'll show you just very briefly. This is the cross that now stands on the side of the highway. Jack Newton, that best friend who is at the very center of this conversation, is the one who actually placed these crosses here on the ground. The house where the party was actually is less than a mile away that way. So really the story goes, as they are trying to piece it all together, is that at some point Noah actually just walked down this road at some point and his body was found not far from here. Let's begin with Jack's account, though, because Jack has a very different opinion about what happened than what his family members told me. And at the same time,
now I want you guys to watch this interview with his best friend, Jack. Pay attention if you can. Like I said, it's hard. He's wearing glasses with certain things, but just watch and listen to him. And I want your guys' opinions.
He also shared new details about what it was like to have so much suspicion surrounding him and what it was like to pass a polygraph test. Take a listen.
I ran over here, asked him if Noah was okay, and the semi-truck driver had his hands on Noah like this. And so I just kind of, and I could just tell, you know, that he was not okay. He was laying on his side, and he just had his eyes closed, you know. And he had a cut on his forehead. Like, it wasn't just like terrible, like, I mean, it was just a cut on his forehead. The top of his hair was scraped off his head, and there was blood on his ears. 100% in my heart think that he was hit. I think he got hit on the top of his head by a semi. And that shoe that was on good just stayed on. I don't know. I can't explain any of it, you know.
Diego, can you pause it for a second?
That believes that he might have been beaten to death.
I'm not a behavioral analysis by any means, but I've seen enough of them talk about people shaking their head no while they're telling a story about what supposedly happened. And he was definitely shaking his head no the whole time he was talking. So.
Yes, sir. That is a good point. That is a very good point. No, he had both his shoes on, Salty. Two different shoes, though. He had a Hey Dude shoe and an Adidas tennis shoe. Two completely different style shoes, okay? So that's a little strange.
Blood on his ears.
And the thing is that he had his shoes on, like they were put on. It's weird. Like, if you're going to get hit by something, and I'd be honest, guys, almost every case I've seen somebody gets hit by a vehicle, they're out of their shoes almost every time.
Absolutely.
100% in my heart think that he was hit. I think he got hit on the top of his head by a semi. And that shoe that was on good just stayed on. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not buying it.
And so I just kind of, and I could just tell, you know, that he was not okay. He was laying on his side, and he just had his eyes closed, you know. And he had a cut on his forehead. Like, it wasn't just like terrible, like, I mean, it was just a cut on his forehead. The top of his hair was scraped off his head, and there was blood on his ears. 100% in my heart think that he was hit. I think he got hit on the top of his head by a semi. And that shoe that was on good just stayed on. I don't know. I can't explain any of it, you know.
Is there any part of you that believes?
Yeah, you're right, Arctic.
Beaten to death?
No, he was not beaten to death.
Why not?
Because just the injuries. No, he was not beaten to death.
This part bothers me a little bit.
Because just the injuries.
Any part of you that believes that he might have been beaten to death?
No, he was not.
The way he answered and how fast he answered, no. He doesn't want to hear that possibility, and then says the injuries. Well, how do you know that, though? I mean, that bothers me. I'll say that again.
You know.
Absolutely. You know, and then it says that he said he took and passed a polygraph test. I want to know who administered the polygraph to him and why those results haven't been put out by, say, law enforcement or the OSBI or what have you. Because if he was given a polygraph by Nancy Grace, that ain't worth the paper it's printed on, in my opinion.
Agreed. And he's not a juvenile anymore, so I don't get that. You know what I mean? So interesting. I do agree. I do not believe this is the same person, Leslie, that had the teeth in his pocket. It was somebody else. I have a list of names. And I'll get that to you guys here. Don't worry.
Been beaten to death?
No, No, he was not beaten to death.
Why not?
Because just the injuries, you just could tell he's not. And I said, okay, I'll take a polygraph test. I took the polygraph test, and I mean, it was nerve-wracking, of course. I had these two things on my fingers. I had a butt pad and then my feet thing, and these things around my chest. I mean, and I didn't even get to look at the guy. I was looking straight forward, and he was talking to me, asking me questions.
There's a lot.
Here's the thing, and I'm with you on that, Salty. I don't trust them either. For the one main reason is they're not admissible in court.
Admissible in court for a reason. Even the inventor of the polygraph wishes he had never invented the damn thing. So yeah,
Right.
I'm with Salty too on that. So.
Yep, that's it right there. Absolutely. If the courts don't want to allow it to be admissible for those their reasons, it's not good enough for me either. So I'm just saying, it has happened. People have beat them. It is what it is.
A lot of online chatter, and I think that's the reason why they're asking for you to take a polygraph test about you and your father. I mean, tell me about what that experience has been like for you to have to handle that type of discussion happening all around you.
I think the reason that I got brought into it is because, I mean, going through high school, you did not hear Jack's name without Noah and Noah without Jack. I mean, we were just always together. I mean, he lived with us for a while, and we were just always at each other's houses. And I think when everybody heard something happened to Noah, they just said, "What about Jack?" And just, I don't know. I don't know where all the crazy talk's coming from. Just sucks.
Do you feel good to kind of be?
And that's another thing. If this kid was that I mean, I know how me and my best friend were, and how broken up I still am 3 years after she passed away. I couldn't even talk about her dying, and she died of cancer. It was traumatic, but not like this. I didn't have to see her look like he saw his best friend look. He doesn't seem bothered at all.
Yeah, there's no emotion, no tears, no nothing. I mean,
and that bothers me. It does. Just saying.
Past that a little bit with the polygraph test?
I mean,
do you believe that you're past that or no?
People saying stuff. I mean, people are saying like it's easy to pass a polygraph and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. You can't really control what people say about it. You just know what you know. And I've put my personal number on Facebook and said, if you want to talk about it, I'll talk about it.
So what has these last 7 months been like for you?
I mean, it's always been the hardest time of my life. And on top of other people saying everything, just been the hardest time of my life.
And so if you could tell there from the very beginning of that interview, Jack was one of the very first people on the scene. He tells me that he was leaving to go fishing with his dad when he drove up the road, noticed all the activity, and then saw Noah's body right here, bloodied on the side of the road.
Well, Alex.
Now let's talk about this for a second. This was a 4-day party. They were all there, okay? Jack included. All night, guys. All night long, he's at this party till 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Him and his father got up at 4:35 in the morning to go fishing together.
After drinking all night, that's not a likely story. And the fact that he's talking about how this is the worst time of his life, but his words are not matching his demeanor at all in that interview. No. And it's quite the coincidence, in my opinion, that Jack and his daddy are the first to arrive on the scene and just happen to stumble across, Noah's remains on the side of the road. That just there's too much that doesn't add up. Too many coincidences.
Thank you. That's a big thing for me. This kid's drinking all night long, and you're up going fishing with your dad. I can't. How are you not hungover? How are you not still drunk? And if he was, something's wrong. I mean, it's just wrong with this whole thing. And of course, a lot of people's fathers, they're not going to talk about what they know. That's his child, his son, maybe his only son. Parents protect their kids, guys. It's not always the right way, but it does happen. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Fantastic interview, and so telling. But I'm still confounded by the other side of the argument, which seems to come from Noah's family. His brother spoke with you today and has a completely different version of what he thinks happened. Tell me what you learned.
Yeah, while Jack is of the train of thought that this is most likely an auto pedestrian accident, a hit and run crash, which is something that law enforcement has virtually at least said that they have ruled out. From the brother's perspective, he feels like something much more sinister might have happened, that people at this party know something but just aren't saying it.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find
Yeah, it's definitely quite interesting, guys. Going back to the injuries again, brain injuries, brain bleeding above the skull, okay? The bleeding under the skull, bleeding around the brain and the damage to brain tissue, the left cerebellum deep into the brainstem and the left temporal lobe. Being thrown from a vehicle or even being hit from a vehicle, okay? Something's not making sense to me with this. The injuries are so. What's up, Michael? Good to see you. The brainstem thing. I mean, I can understand the impact of being hit by something depending on which direction you got hit and which direction your body impacted the road. There's a lot of these things you got to think about with this too. So, and no, Ellie's not looking into any more than I think they have. Am I wrong with this article?
They don't appear to be. Now, again, we don't know what they're doing behind the scenes, but I would think, I mean, and the family doesn't feel like they're getting any type of justice either. Now, if
Right.
the FBI or the OSBI or whatever was working with the family, I don't think they would be nearly as vocal as what they have been about the case, demanding justice for Noah. So, just if you look at all the pieces of the puzzle, it would appear that they're not getting any cooperation from law enforcement in this case.
I agree. Yes, I do agree. Clue had to drop for a bit, guys. She said she'd probably be back. I'm just saying they could be behind the scenes, not telling us things, not telling media, and that's okay. I hope they are. I'll be honest with you. I hope they are. At this point, though, based on what the family has said, it doesn't seem that way. I agree with Arctic on that too. So, this is really bugging me, guys. So hold on here. Let me roll through this stuff. I got some things that you guys don't want to see. They have no bearing on this, but all right. So okay, this is something else that was sent to me as well. 1 second here. All right, so this states it's after listening to the family discuss Noah's death on the Full Load podcast. This post has been edited to reflect the shorts found near Noah belonged to his friend. Okay. It says it sounds as if Leo obtained a geofence warrant of active mobile devices during the time period. They're interested in most surrounding the party. Search warrant for the party house was not signed by a judge. According to the guest, 2 phones from the party house went to the area on the highway where Noah was later found, and those 2 phones returned to the party house. That's interesting to me. Okay.
Very.
So 2 phones went to the scene, then went back to the house. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Now, you guys know what geofencing is. This is what they're doing in the Koberger case, stuff like that. Okay. This stuff is it's a science and it's on point, folks. Just giving you some so you understand it, okay? There was an interesting last Snapchat at 3:21 a.m. Noah was found around 5, okay? Now, this is probably something that law enforcement has. We're not going to see. The Texas Rangers, this is serious, became involved because some party participants crossed the state line to attend the Oklahoma party. A golf club was mentioned as possibly being the weapon used to crush the chunk of skull in the back of Noah's head. There's a set of golf clubs that are missing, by the way, in this case, folks. Remember that, okay? Just saying. Gotta wonder. Also, they said he was fearless in watching him egg on partygoers to hit him. Then not even flinching when they did. It makes me wonder if someone wanted to be the one to put the fear in the fearless guy. Out alpha the alpha male or something. Make him feel big in his mind to take Noah out, or at least bend a knee, or call uncle or whatever, and it went too far. Good point. All right, hold on.
We don't have sound, Dago.
I don't understand why it keeps doing that. Sorry, guys. Okay, hold on.
Happened, or who might be responsible, or really much of anything other than the death is suspicious. Tonight, we learned from Noah's family that when the teenager was found on the side of a highway back on Labor Day, the back of his head was caved in. Some of his teeth were missing. His nose and his cheeks appeared broken. His fingertips were shredded. He was naked, except for a pair of mismatched shoes, one belonging to him and the other belonging to a friend. I'm joined now by Joseph Scott Morgan, a certified death investigator and distinguished scholar at Jacksonville State University. So, all right, Joe, I want to go over that list. I want to pop it up on the screen, just sort of as a guide here, because with your prism and how you look at things, I thought maybe this would tell a story that we're not seeing. Start with this. The back of his head was caved in. Some of his teeth were missing and scattered where he was found. His nose and his cheeks appeared broken. His body seemed beaten and swollen. His fingertips were torn up. There was gravel under his nails. There was road rash on his hip and gravel rash on his shoulder. We're working on getting the list up, but I know that you have a good memory. So, Joseph Scott Morgan, what does that tell you?
Thank you, Green Eyed. I got
Yeah,
that.
this large injury that Noah sustained to the back of his head is interesting to me because that is likely a point of impact, perhaps. Now, that impact can arise from any number of
Thank you,
things.
Doodle.
Falling from a moving vehicle as a pedestrian, maybe being pushed out. It could also arise from an attack that preceded being left on the side of the road. So for us in forensics, it's very important to examine that particular injury very carefully. And at the risk of being too gruesome here, we would shave the head in that area to pick up on any particular pattern. Sometimes the road will produce stuff, but you can also have instruments that are used. Blunt trauma is what we're talking about here, Ash. And you look for that abraded pattern there. So that's something that we would certainly look at, particularly as it applies to this head injury. It sounds horrible.
I think you and I did a couple of cases together where there's a lot of talk about, specific geographic locations of dirt or gravel.
Yeah.
Dirt here is not the same as dirt 15 blocks down the road. And so would there be an interest in figuring out the gravel that was found on his hip, the gravel that was found on his shoulder versus the gravel where he was actually discovered?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Forensic geology is what comes into play here. You begin to think about this area and the topography, also the composition of the local soil. And we're talking about a roadbed too. So folks at home will get an idea of what's referred to as like pea gravel. It's kind of the bed that's laid down.
Sorry, guys. This, just so that I've seen a couple of people ask, this was September of 23 that this happened, okay? And I have some info to give as soon as we're done with this video, guys. Give me a second here. Or let's finish this up first, I should say.
And you can see it on the shoulders of the road. So I would want to make sure that anything that is recovered or was recovered from Noah's remains actually marries up with what you're seeing at that site, or did this occur elsewhere? That's going to be very, very important here in this particular case, because I got to tell you, Ashley, I've worked a lot of cases over my career where we've had bodies that were dumped along the side of the road because it's convenient for that to happen.
Yeah. The other thing is the investigator told the family, this has to be quick, but the gravel rash happened first and the road rash happened when someone placed him on the highway. That's what the investigators intimated to the family. What does that mean?
Road rash from
the road rash itself that they're talking about, that almost sounds like a dragging event, Ash, and you'll get kind of striated abrasions that come along with that. It's very distinctive when you take a look at this, and that's the transfer of the surface, the friction of the surface to the underlying skin. And keep in mind, and I got to say this, look, you're talking about a kid here that's completely nude. One of the things that I'm going to do anytime, it doesn't matter if male or female, doing a rape kit, going to do a rape kit. And I know that they said that they found underwear adjacent. I want to know the status of that underwear as well. Was it ripped away? Was it twisted and torn? That's something that we see in motor vehicle accidents. I want to know how the underwear got off his body, and I want to know where the rest of his clothing is.
I'm going to have you back because there's a whole other page that I want to go over with you regarding the scene of the party and the forensics there. So this conversation's not over. Joe Scott, thank you so much. Always love having you.
Wow. Number one, yeah, you're not going to get road rash from simply being placed on the highway. You had to have been dragged in order to get that road rash. Sorry, not sorry. And so much of this is not making sense. So we've got two scenarios here where the shorts were a friend's, supposedly, allegedly, or he left that house completely naked. So all of his friends that were at that party just allowed him to walk out of that house buck ass naked down the highway to go for a walk. I ain't buying either of those scenarios.
Oh, sir, you're right, and neither am I. Now there's an explanation, folks. Where'd the shorts go? They were probably shredded because I think he was drugged. Okay, that explains the road rash, and the gravel rash is different. They were layered. Okay, one came before the other. That makes no sense. The shorts were probably shredded from the dragging possible. Okay, that's why they brought another pair of shorts around. Being kids, they don't think like we do. Here, they just fell off or something like that. This is stupid. That's stupid. That needs to be looked into as what it is, folks. That explains something altogether different. And I got to say, I feel like he was drugged. That explains a lot of the other injuries that we're going to look at here in a little bit, okay? It really does. So again, unreal. These kids need to tell the truth. I'm just saying, they need to tell the truth. What did you do? What happened? Deal with the consequences. End of story. Okay, I just want to communicate this info real quick. Green-eyed PI, pass this along. And information that comes from Green-eyed PI, I absolutely trust because of who she is. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm not putting any more info of her out there, but I trust this info. So it says Caleb was communicating, this is on the Caleb Harris situation, was communicating with a male on his Reddit account. Bracelet and boxer shorts confirmed that it's his account. Okay, he was communicating with this male before he went missing and then turned his phone off. So I'm saying at this point this is going to be Caleb, guys. Okay. Thank you, Green Eyed, again. Moving forward. Let me put this in, and we'll get back to that. Was for Caleb Harris, yes. I know we're jumping back and forth, guys, but I did title it that we're going to be talking about both these scenarios throughout the day. Again, Arctic, I really appreciate you joining me for this today. I love the points that you're able to make with me and so on and so forth. It helps a lot, bro.
No problem. Glad to be here.
Absolutely.
This happened like 2 hours away from my house, so this one's kind of personal to me.
I get it. I do. I get it 100%. And guys, if there's questions when we go through these things and we don't catch them, please remember to come back. We will answer. Yeah, and yes, absolutely. Back up for a minute, Mima. I was hoping you guys caught that. Did Joseph Scott Morgan say something about the investigators think that he was placed there? That is how it was expressed to the family from law enforcement. Yes. You heard him say it. It's there. So that's something else, guys. And I was hoping you guys caught that.
All of this. And they talked about it with our Alex Capriello exclusively. Here's that interview.
Ashley, it was an eye-opening experience speaking to the family of Noah Presgrove. We went into great detail about the...
Can you guys hear it this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Autopsy report that's now in their hands, what they think happened to Noah, and the frustration they feel from not getting direct answers from his friends.
So blunt force trauma to the head, and your thoughts when reading that is that it's quite possible this...
Thank you, Green Eye.
Might have been the hands of somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's what's got me thinking that it wasn't no accident, you know. He'd been just beat in the head so many times that it just, you know, and it couldn't have been by a car. Just once I saw his face, it's just, I just couldn't do it. So I have no idea about the hair.
I can tell it's still so fresh in your mind.
Oh, yeah. It just won't go away, and it won't. And these kids, they've been hanging out here for the last 4 or 5 years, you know, with that boy. And it's just, you know, hard to believe that you could have friends like that.
Thank you, Jen.
And they all just stabbing you in the back. I've talked to a few myself, only the closest ones that I feel like I could, but not really getting nothing out of them. I mean, one of them I've gotten a couple stories, 2 different stories out of his mouth, you know, and another one I've gotten 3 different stories out of his mouth. So, you know, which story?
I'll repeat Caleb's information here in a minute.
In my heart, I just pray God Jack has nothing to do with it, you know. I mean, because I love Jack, you know, but, you know, that was Noah's best friend. And where was he, you know? I mean, I hate to put that on him, but, you know, it keeps going through my head. They've done wrong, and they need to stand up and be a man and admit it, you know, regardless. I mean, if it was an accident, why didn't y'all just say it was and call 911? I have respect for law enforcement, but I just feel like, I just don't feel like they're doing enough right now. They're not giving us no information. They're not giving us no hope. And it would be nice to have a little hope. It's not going to go away, you know, until this is resolved. We will not stop until it's resolved.
I'm going to Blue.
And that, you know, and I'm hoping that it will put pressure on them, you know, to let's get busy and get this figured out, you know, and I'm hoping it will. Until you come and you tell me what happened to my grandson. You can't get over it. And I don't even know if I'll get over it then, you know.
I've made repeated attempts to get in contact with detectives with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol to try to find out the latest on their investigation, but so far, during my entire time here, I've yet to hear back. Ashley?
Alex Capriello, thank you. And since the interview, we want to say this. We've obtained Noah's full autopsy report, right down to the toxicology, and you might be surprised to find out what was not in Noah's system when he died. We're going to get to all of that tomorrow night right here on Banfield. And if you have any information on Noah Presgrove's death, please call the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, 405-353-0783. Take a quick picture of your screen. Thank you for watching.
Now, see, the emotions of the grandma is what I would expect to see out of Jack, who was supposed to be like a brother to Noah, but yet he's sitting there with no emotion whatsoever. And, grandma's saying that their stories have changed 3 or 4 different times, according to her.
Yes,
And,
and
I get why she's frustrated because law enforcement's not giving her any information in the case. I
right,
mean, it's
and
just,
and listen, I don't care, male, female, how strong you are, whatever. To see your best friend on the side of the road the way he saw him, no, guys. I was a professional, okay, and did this every day of my life, and saw things that were worse than less than that, and got traumatized. I have PTSD from what I did. Facts. It's not horrible, but I have it. Okay, that kid should not be emotionless like he was. I'm just saying. People can argue with me. I don't care. There's no way that's no, something's wrong. Real quick, just to reiterate, a couple people asked me to repeat that info, and I'm going to real quick. That in regards to Caleb Harris, that he was communicating with a male on his Reddit account. Bracelet and boxer shorts confirm it's his account. He was communicating with this male before he went missing and then turned the phone off. That is what was reported. So it's okay, Michael. I only gave that as an example. I don't want anybody to feel bad for me. I'm just saying it happens, guys. It happens to all of us. Every single person that I know that's worked in fire and EMS has some form of PTSD from situations they've dealt with. Mine is mostly from dealing with infant death and things like that. That's where most of mine came from. But some of this stuff, like this is a 19-year-old kid. There's no way he's going to stand there with no emotion after seeing his absolute best friend look like that. Okay, be alive a couple hours before and completely dead and in that shape after that. There's something not right. Something is not right. I'm just telling you. And yes, this is absolutely my opinion. So, just saying. And I'm not telling you guys you have to trust me or Arctic, okay? Just telling you. Something's wrong. Oh, let me fix this again to make sure I'm doing it right. This is why I keep screwing it up, you guys. I'm sorry. I want you guys to take this case seriously too, folks. This is bad, okay? And this needs justice. Facts. It needs justice one way or another.
He just said that Noah was in an accident, and so I thought he was in the hospital.
This is Noah's brother, by the way. This is the other interview he was talking about in that one interview, okay? Just so you guys know.
And so I come by and I pick up my dad, and we started driving down there, and it's only a 30-minute drive from Comanche, but that drive felt like 2 hours just sitting in silence. And then we show up, and Jack and Caleb and the Jefferson County Sheriff was there, and Noah was covered up on the side of the road with the tarp, and it was just kind of a good 10 minutes just staring at fields, just and a loss of words. When we show up there, everything's going through our minds of what in the world could, because it doesn't look like a hit and run sort of situation. And some weeks go by, and we they finally rule out the hit and run, and that 4-day party turned into something awful that happened within just a short hour time span for him. I believe this is his tooth right here. His pants were folded up on that square mark.
His pants were there. His tooth was right there in that circle.
I believe so, yeah.
And understand something, folks. In the statement I read yesterday, somebody walked up on this scene and pulled a tooth out of their pocket and tossed it by the body. If somebody doesn't think that's absolutely insanely strange, just saying.
Yeah. I mean, when I heard that the tooth was found right next to his body like that, that's what started to throw the red flags for me. That much damage to his body, and then a tooth is conveniently just right next to him.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense.
absolutely none at all. You are absolutely right, my friend. Yeah. Somebody else that was at this party, I have the name, okay, and I'll go through this in a little bit. Walked up to this situation and pulled a tooth out of his pocket and tossed it over by the body. Like, it belongs over there, not in my pocket. Why was it in your pocket to begin with? Okay. What the hell? I'm for real. What the hell? So,
And his body was here, and he was in the fetal position, facing that way, and his body was covered up with a tarp or a blanket type of thing. And as you're looking at it, you can see blood seeping through the covering and onto the ground. As I'm looking at it, it just seems weird. The placement of the body, the tooth, the shorts, where they're at, doesn't look like a hit and run. Not that I've been aware of.
Have you ever heard them say foul play is suspected?
I've heard.
now I need the fetal position. Okay, the fetal position typically is a position that is taken when somebody is in pain, protecting themselves. I'm not saying that's what this was, okay? But if he was hit by something, he would have been all over the place, guys. Limbs spread, bent. I hate to be gross. I'm just saying that is not possible. That
Exactly.
and
I mean, if you get hit by a vehicle, you're not going to land in a fetal position. It's just not going to
no,
happen.
it's not possible. If you were no, there's just no period. Thank you, Jen. The Wade Wilson death penalty sentence has been handed down in the Wade Wilson scenario, guys. Thank you for that, Jen, very much. So remember that part of it too, folks.
Suspected of foul play, suspicious death. And again, they don't tell me everything because they don't want to ruin the investigation. But they said that they've got a couple of people in mind on the situation, and that they're really looking in on them. So,
are you able to tell me who those people are?
They haven't told me.
But they have said that they have a few people in mind.
Yeah.
Interesting. Somebody's got to know something.
Somebody's got to know something. If there's 40 people standing around and someone, walks off, somebody knows about it. So if 40 people are standing around and somebody gets into a fight, somebody knows about it, and with how close everyone is, with how many pictures are taken on Snapchat, you think that something has to turn up. Somebody has to know something and just doesn't want to say it.
And has law enforcement been pretty open with you about the things that you're hearing or what they are investigating?
Somewhat, they're willing to talk about certain things, but then there's some things that's like they don't want to say too much because what if it messes up with the investigation, and so there's a lot of areas that we're still in the dark about, that they know more about, and I'm hoping that they know more about the situation. That's kind of their job, and the only way we're going to get through this thing is if we're still hopeful.
Do you have any message for law enforcement or anything that you want them to know about how you're feeling or this lack of information that you're getting?
I get it that you want to protect the investigation. I get it that you want to protect the case so that way it's carried out. But quite frankly, 7 months is too long. I just hope that people see this and are able to, just maybe it'll push someone to say something, that they understand that it's being selfless. It's for someone else. It's for the true victim. If you know something, just say it. It's better to say it and let the family have some sort of peace, to let Noah have some sort of peace, than to not say anything.
And so again, it's about a push for answers from this family, but unfortunately not getting much new information from law
Blue, that was Noah's brother.
enforcement. They tell me their information is at least 3 or 4 months old. And then earlier today, I stopped by the medical examiner's office in
Thank you,
Oklahoma City to
SRB.
try to find out what's the latest there, if an autopsy has been completed yet, and when we're expecting to get that paperwork. They were really closed off to me about that, Ashley. They said it's just not ready yet, and you'll get it when it is.
The issue about the suspects that Noah's brother believes that there are several people that they're looking at as suspects, that's what he's been told. And I mean, at this point, they have already said if there are suspects, it's not necessarily that it was, an accidental hit and run. It could be both, right? It could be a hit and run, and that's criminal too if you leave someone on the side of the road and you know about it. Is it possible it could be both, even though police have said they don't think it's a hit and run?
Well, the interesting thing when actually examining the scene and then talking to the family is that there really was not overwhelming evidence to show that it was a hit and run. I've covered so many of these auto pedestrian crashes, and you notice some things are very similar, right? There might be debris from the vehicle that struck the pedestrian, right? A headlight or different parts of the car that are on the side of the road. There was no evidence of that. And then not to mention the fact that at least one of his shoes were still on his body. That's also indicative that a car traveling this fast on this highway, I've got to say, they're at least 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. Usually.
Okay, so let me correct that then, because we were under the understanding that both shoes were left on. So I guess one of them was off now at this point. Okay. And sorry about that misinformation. That was my understanding.
That was my understanding too. This is the first time I've heard that one of the shoes was off. Everything else I've read or heard said that both of his shoes were still on him. So
exactly. So that's definitely interesting though, because you got to wonder now if only one shoe was on. Huh. That's gonna tell me that the other shoe was found somewhere near the body. Was he actually wearing two different shoes, or was that other shoe left from another circumstance? Maybe. I don't know. That's strange. That's the first time I've heard that. I'm gonna have to clarify if that's true or not, just to be sure. Because
the other thing that's always bothered me is, statistically speaking, what are the chances that this young man is going to have two separate accidents in that short a time frame, the four-wheeler accident and then this incident? I mean, statistically speaking, he should have been playing the lottery if this was going to happen. I mean,
agreed. And that's what I'm saying, Heather. Was it from someone else that lost their shoe in the event? Agreed. And yeah, you're right, Art. Actually, there was 3 scenarios that he wrecked 2 different versions of ATVs and then had this scenario happen.
Yeah,
that's strange. You know what I mean? Everything about this is wrong, guys. Okay, so the other KP said the other shoe was his. Then what the hell was it doing at this scene, Molly? That's what I'm saying. This is weird. And 3 pieces of a white metal chain as well found at the scene. See? I'm telling you. God. Let's get it together, Ellie. Please be doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Everything would go flying. The teeth were so close to the body. The shorts that were off of his body were so close to the body. So there's just evidence that points that it's not a hit and run. That's at least what the law enforcement is telling the family at this point.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Investigated as a
do we know if there were any trauma to his wrists or his ankles? I've not seen.
I saw the ligature thing. We're gonna look at that again because I looked at yesterday. We looked at the autopsy report. I want to go back and see now if there was anything I may have missed on that, because that There you go. See, I think there's a multitude of things that happened with this at this point. I'll be honest with you. I think there's multiple situations happening, I think. Yeah, teeth. That's the thing, you guys. The way this scene was found, if this kid was hit by any vehicle whatsoever, going at a rate of speed more than 10 miles an hour, his body would have been thrown, and everything that is connected to him, shoes, teeth, phone, anything on his body would have been all over the place. It wouldn't have been that close to his body. Remember that, okay? You got to understand that the force of being hit by a vehicle, we have found things on scenes where the body's right here, and 100 yards down the road is a shoe. Literally 100 yards. I've seen that happen, no lie. That's a football field distance, folks. And things are over in a field over here. And not to be, gross or anything, but I was on a scene of a kid that was hit on a bicycle one time, 10-speed bicycle. He was hit by a pickup truck in a rural area because that's where I worked at. The body was found on the side of the road, almost like his was, or we came upon it like that. The bike was 35 yards off to the left of him in a field. His shoe was down the road. And I want to say it was a watch or something like that, was over on the other side of the field in another the road in another field. The impact, folks, it sends things going. So to have everything so close to him, that to me was
that
play.
and if he was hit by a vehicle, there would be headlight lens. There would be pieces of broken bumper. There would be some debris from the car that hit him, especially at 80 miles an hour.
100%.
So, yeah, and there was none of that found. So,
and the only thing I said yesterday is if he was hit, it was after he was placed there, and a vehicle ran him over. Okay, like he was laid there and a vehicle ran him over on purpose. It wasn't a hit and run. It wasn't an accident. Somebody ran that body over on purpose, whether it to be to make it look like he was hit by a car or to finish the situation off. I don't know. These are my opinions based on what I know and have seen and heard, and absolutely alleged, but I'm just telling you folks, not the way it's being told. I can't.
Highway is no longer being investigated as a murder, despite his gruesome injuries. Noah Presgrove was only wearing shoes when his body was discovered on a deserted stretch of US 81 near Terrell, Oklahoma. That's about 100 miles from Dallas, Texas. News Nation has learned about the events in the hours before his death. He had been drinking at a house party with friends over the Labor Day weekend last year. The 19-year-old had also rolled an ATV that he was driving with friends earlier that day. He returned to the house after that accident. He got in a fight with his girlfriend, and then he left, never to be seen alive again. Now, Presgrove suffered a fractured skull, broken ribs. His teeth were knocked out, scattered near his body. Tuesday, the county's medical examiner revealing his cause of death as multiple blunt force injuries. While the report answers how he died, the manner of death, what caused those blunt force injuries, remains a mystery. Also this week, after almost 8 months of silence, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, who is leading this investigation, gave its first update saying that they are not investigating his death as a murder. But the investigation is not over. Earlier tonight, I had the chance to speak with Noah Presgrove's sister, Madison Rawlings. Here's part of that interview. I would like to ask you how you and your family are doing first. How are you coping with all of this?
We're pretty strong. I know that we are a resilient group for sure. So I think we're handling it as best as that we can and just trying to stay hopeful and optimistic.
Hopeful and optimistic. What are you hoping the outcome will be? What does that look like going forward?
I'm just hoping that we get it all tied up and we get everything solved and all the questions that we're needing. I'm hoping that it's way less intense that we can't imagine it to be.
Yeah.
Hope that we find out that Noah went fast and that he wasn't in a situation where it would have been a lot worse. Does it make sense?
What questions do you have surrounding what happened?
I just want to know, like, how he died. I want to know what scenario was played out that caused his death, and what happened. I just want to know what happened.
And we're nearly 8 months out. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol finally providing this update that they are not investigating Noah's death as a murder. What are your thoughts on the handling of your brother's death?
I think that having some communication means there's progress. So with them saying that they're not investigating it as a murder, there's so many other things that they are able to classify it as. So maybe they have just made some progress and were able to give us that kind of update.
So we have this autopsy report released this week that shows that Noah died from blunt force injuries. It rules out him being hit by a car at that spot where he died. He was basically found unclothed. He was hit in the head, broken ribs. His teeth were knocked out. Despite all of that, though, your brother's death not being investigated as a murder, what do you think of that? What do you suspect may have happened that night?
Well, I don't want to just point my finger at anybody that I think could be involved or have any theories that are victimizing other people too, because in the end, Noah had passed away and nothing makes sense to us. So I don't really like to just throw theories out there, because if you follow the Justice for Noah Facebook page, you will get plenty of those. You can find plenty of theories everywhere, but I do think that something happened at the party that he was attending the night before, and I just think that people know and they need to speak up.
Tell me more about that. What do you suspect may have happened at that party? And we know that one of your family members told News Nation he believes foul play was involved. Do you agree with that?
I'm not going to disagree. I have no reason to disagree, but I know there's people out there. They claim to be Noah's best friends. They claim to love Noah, and I hope with my whole heart that that is actually what happened, is that they were not involved at all. But at this point, I can't rule it out.
What is your message for people tonight who maybe were at that party, people who had their phones out, taking images, taking photos, who may have seen something and are not saying anything? What is your message to them tonight?
I just hope that they can find it in their hearts to just do the right thing. And if you're doing the right thing, then that's all that we can ask of you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
All right, I'm going to apologize up front for this, guys, what I'm about to give you next. This is a huge point to me, Stormy. I was going to claim this myself here a few minutes ago. We were talking about it. It says, I'm questioning his clothes and their placement, too. I agree someone would have to have folded them, but I don't think it would be any young men. I agree with that. The point I was going to bring to you guys, pointing out that, is that I believe that whoever did that was somebody that cared for him, that cared about him. That's a caring, I can't think of the right word, but that's a sign of somebody that cares about that person. If his pants or shorts were neatly folded next to him, okay, that shows a sign of love or care, or there's another word for this, and I can't put it out there right now. And it tells me I think there was more people at that scene at some point, okay? But I truly believe there was somebody standing at that scene that folded those shorts, and it was a gesture of care or love. I do agree. Thank you, Noel. Gesture. That's what I think that was.
Someone on Facebook, and I forget who had said it, said that law enforcement was the one that folded the shorts and that they were folded prior to the family arriving on the scene. Now, I have a big problem with that, and I don't remember who said it, but law enforcement, why would they fold the shorts and place them to the side? Because that's tampering with a crime scene, in my opinion, because at that point, They don't have a clue what had happened to Noah. So I'm
No,
not buying folded by LE.
No, they don't do that. They don't do that. I've never ever seen that happen. They cannot. They have to have everything marked and left the way it was found. Pictures, everything, folks. They don't just pick something up, fold it, and set it down in the same spot. If they were to pick them up to fold them, it would have been after the fact, and they would have put them in a bag. They wouldn't have put them back down. Just saying. That makes no sense. All right, here we go. Again, my apologies for this, guys, but there's some interesting stuff spoken in here. Just please bear with it. It won't be long. Here we go.
We'll play here that investigators may actually have a couple people in mind as well, but may not have told the family who they are at this point. We've heard from him previously. If that is the case, why hold back on releasing possible suspect information?
Well, I agree, Natasha. And the whole situation just doesn't make sense when you look at the timeline of everything. First of all, this ATV accident, which could have accounted for some of these blunt force injuries that he suffered. Then going back, and there were writings that were actually done on his body that were then removed, and the teeth location, I mean, over feet away from his body. All of that doesn't make sense. From my understanding, they've ruled out a motor vehicle accident actually hitting him. But was he somehow thrown or came out of a vehicle to end up in this position? So many unanswered questions. And I'm so surprised that law enforcement hasn't, after 8 months, Natasha, focused in on who the suspects may be.
Yeah, so the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation's calling his death suspicious in the days after his body was found. We now know that his death not being investigated as a murder, as you're saying. And there's so many people, not just his family, who are questioning why not. And Jennifer, we look at these details. His body found naked, his face so badly battered, teeth knocked out, spread around him. Help us understand why this case would not be investigated as a murder.
Natasha, it doesn't make any sense. And I understand that at least there were a lot of people with information. What have they been saying? What have they said that makes police think that it wasn't something more insidious? In other words, the only alternative, if he's dead, is an accident. So did he fall out of a vehicle in some way? I can't believe they are not communicating more clearly with the family on these details.
You know, and we've spoken with several family members in the past week, some of which they're beginning to feel hopeless that the police investigation is not going to bring them peace. We know Noah's grandmother told News Nation, quote, "I have respect for law enforcement, but I don't feel like they're doing enough right now." So Jennifer, as former FBI, what would you tell the family tonight? And do you think that their best hope may lie with hiring a team of their own, a PI of their own, to look at these details?
I think it never hurts to hire a very good PI, someone with law enforcement experience that has actually conducted these types of investigations, to put new eyes on it, to conduct their own independent investigation. That's always a good idea.
Yeah, this is what I understood as well. Real quick, allegedly Jack Newton pulled up to Noah's body at 5:15 a.m., took Noah's shorts that were there, the original shorts, left, and came back with different shorts and placed them next to his body.
That's even more. That's even more fucking sus. If he takes the original shorts and comes back with another pair, what would be the purpose of that? And that's tampering with evidence at the scene.
Absolutely.
And someone better mark this damn day down on the calendar, because it's the first time in my fucking life that I've ever agreed with Jennifer Coffindagger.
Yeah, I'm right there. Even though she's wearing a shower curtain, I do agree with you, sir. Absolutely agree. And Jen, back off on the bronzer, sis. You'll be all right, okay? But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is insane, guys. It gets worse and worse the more we learn, okay? This is nuts right here. How is Jack Newton not in custody or being charged with tampering with the crime scene for that? I want to know that. I want to know that. Or tampering with the scene, period. I want to know. These cases are so damn frustrating. It's insane.
Idea. But I also think it's very important that they have future meetings with law enforcement and get more answers. If this isn't a murder, there is no reason for law enforcement not to discuss with them what happened, accidentally speaking.
All right, Jennifer Coffindoffer, always appreciate the context and time. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Gotcha, Mama P. Good to see you. So yeah, thank you, Molly, for that comment. 100%. That's insane, folks. Insane. So again, I want to show you something here that leads me to believe that he was drugged. Okay, and I'll show you why. Again, this is just based on my personal knowledge from what I know, things I've seen. And yeah, I'm right there with Arctic. That's the first time I've ever agreed with anything Coffindoffer's ever said. But I gotta say, she's right. It's wrong, and something is not right. Hold on, Molly. Oh, okay. All right, I will show that here in a bit. Thank you again, Molly. I got it. All right, this next thing, you guys, is quite interesting. There's a pattern. That's all I'm going to say. Now, these are the external injuries that were on the back of Noah, okay? Road rash across the upper back, left upper back, left shoulder, back, left arm, right buttock, right side of left buttock, okay? This here, both of these shoulder blades are pressure points on the body when you're laying on the ground flat. Now, along with this here, if somebody per se was being drugged down a road, asphalt road, this right here absolutely is going to be, especially up towards the top, because that's where the weight of the body would be. He's a skinny kid, so that's that, you know, this point here. And imagine if somebody is being pulled, they're not going to lay flat on their back. They're probably going to be doing this, hence the hip, and so on and so forth. Okay. So this is another reason why I believe that this happened. Summer, thank you so very much. I appreciate that. And again, you took part in making that happen, Summer. So thank you for the super chat, and thank you for helping me get to 10,000.
Well, and him being drugged would also explain the gravel underneath the fingernails, because if you're being drugged, you're going to sink your nails in. You're going to be doing everything you can to try to stop yourself from being dragged.
Exactly. And again, understand, there was gravel rash underneath the road rash. That don't happen, folks. Just saying. Moving forward. Again, thank you guys all so very much for being here to be with us on this. All right, this is going to be hard. I'm going to have to read this. Guys, can you excuse me for one moment, Arctic? I'll be right back. If you want to sing, talk, whatever you want to do, but just give me a couple minutes. I'll be.
Yeah, I mean, this case has never made any sense to me, guys. I mean, the extent of his injuries, and then for them to come out and say that they're not investigating this as a homicide, guys, I don't know. I mean, I don't see how they can't investigate this as a homicide. Because when you look at the totality of all the evidence in this case, how could it be anything but? And I think, quite frankly, that it could be a combination of him being pushed out of a vehicle at high speed and being dragged. That's why I want to know about the damage to either his wrists or his ankles, because if he comes down out of the bed of the truck at high speed and hits the ground, that's going to explain some of those injuries that are so traumatic. And then for him to be dragged like that, it's going to explain the road rash. It's going to explain why there's such a large debris field. It's going to explain a lot of what we've been questioning as we've gone over this case. And so that's where I'm at with it. Now, could he have possibly gotten into a fight and hit with a golf club prior to him going supposedly for this walk? Absolutely. That would explain the injury that was so traumatic to the back of the head. Fact is we just don't know at this point, but it's shady as fuck that you have people crossing the state line into Texas right after this happens. It's shady as fuck that you have Jack coming with a different pair of shorts, and yet it's like law enforcement is covering their ears and their eyes, saying, "Hear no evil, see no evil." I don't know, guys. Tell me in the chat what you think. If you think Noah was murdered and that Jack had something to do with it, drop a 1 in the chat for me. If you think that there was no foul play and that this wasn't a murder, drop a 2.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. Welcome back, Chloe.
I'm sorry.
For what?
I had what?
What are you sorry for?
Nothing. Never mind. I can't say anything.
Why?
We got 6 babies.
Damn. I can't believe she put out that many.
I can. She was massive, dude.
She's just a
Well,
little
let
thing.
me tell you the wildest thing that I've ever seen. My Jack Russell, when she was pregnant, she had 6 babies one night. 24 hours later, she goes into labor again and delivers another 6. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I'm
12?
sure. 12?
12.
Holy
No,
shit.
bro. Dude, nope.
That's
So,
go
fiance
ahead.
says I'm going to be blamed for this if I say something, but I don't care. But we're sitting here watching Bullhorn Betty's live because, of course, she's in my town. She's in my area. I want to know where you are. You know what I mean? What are you doing? Are you acting cray-cray? You drive by my house? The cops just pulled her over.
Are you serious?
On God, right now, if you turn it on, she's not in the car. Sheriff passed her and had his little blinky, like, flasher lights on. She's out there posting signs, stapling signs to the trees or something. I don't know. But she's in the shopping center. She's just right by the Texas Roadhouse, and now she's driving through the shopping center. But he passed her with his little blink, blink lights on. And she's like, "Oh, that's me." She's like, "I have a feeling this officer's here to pull me over." And she pulls over, and sure enough, she just had to get her ID, I think, out. So I don't know.
Karma's karma. That's all I got to say.
Ain't it?
Karma is karma for real. Wow.
She is. She's stapling signs to the trees out there which
You
they
know,
made
Hey, she
her
did
do
a
that
free
and been
escort
like,
to that
you can't
sheriff's
do
office
that.
that she couldn't find the other day.
what'd you say, bud?
I said she may get a free escort to that sheriff's office she was having so much trouble finding the other day.
And she'll be able to find it now for sure. But I don't think you're allowed to staple to trees, are you?
I don't know.
I thought it had to be like poles, like telephone poles or light poles or something.
I don't really have so much of an issue with that, but
No, I don't either.
Driving through there, running stop signs and shit, just like she's in a big ass hurry.
Yeah, that was a little crazy.
Well, like Salty just said, so there's actually absolutely nobody following her except for the cops. How about that?
But she's putting the signs where ain't nobody going to see them. Like, she just put this one on this tree, and it's like, lady, if somebody sees it, like, ain't nobody going to see that. It's in the shade.
No sense. I told you guys, no sense at all.
I want to see what kind of cop it was that passed her. I just rewound. Number 7?
Just come out. Yep.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Hold
I
on.
thought she was done because she was up running around. She just dropped number 7.
Look what it is.
Sumner County.
That's Sumner County. That ain't no Hendersonville cop.
And did your county, did they typically pull people over? Because ours don't. Or do you guys have, let me ask you this first. Do you have city and county? Because our city guys usually do that and the county doesn't really do it much.
They have city cops in Hendersonville and Gallatin.
Okay. Just saying. I don't know. Either way, like I said, karma's real and she sure is a bitch, ain't she?
I don't know what they're taking so long to talk to her about. I mean, I figured they'd probably just be telling her you can't do signs or something.
She's probably sitting there going, you know, Clue? Do you know her? Do you know Ricky? Do you know she's harassing me? Do you know her? Yeah, I'm sure.
Bitch, I'm sitting in my
I'm
house.
hoping
Send them
they'll
on
give her
over.
some nice
We're sitting here
silver,
birthing
some
babies,
nice,
birthing puppies as we speak.
I'm hoping they'll give her some nice silver jewelry and haul her off to that sheriff's station. Show her
Oh,
a check.
her chat is saying someone from over here called the cops on her.
Oh, of course they did. Didn't nobody call the cops on you, bitch? I'll put my damn phone record online.
And I'm working on a real case here that is more important than your pathetic. Anyway, moving on. Thank you, Chris. Moving on. So back to this next part, guys. These are forensic anthropology documents that were involved in this. Okay, so I'm gonna read this as much as I can because it's very small. Let me see if I can't blow it up either because of the document. Or wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Maybe I can. Good. Let's see if that blows it up. Yep. Perfect. All right, here, guys. Now you can see it. All right. Now, moving. Well, maybe you can see it. Damn. Let me see. There we go. All right. So, this. Hold on. I am a former deputy coroner and trained as forensic anthropologist. I have no stake in this case other than an interest in making sure the conclusions everyone reaches are based on credible evidence and not idle speculation. What follows is simply a scientific assessment of the injuries described in the autopsy report and analysis of how they were inflicted. I tried to apply the same standard I would use for forensic testimony based on information publicly available. And this is all based on what we covered yesterday, guys, when I went over the autopsy with you, and I'll go back to it if I need to. Congrats, Miss Tammy. Happy day anniversary for 1 month. Appreciate you very much. And thank you for being in the crew. We love you. So, external examination. The abrasions on much of the body, particularly the upper left back, shoulder, posterior left arm, left side of the torso, right buttock, right arm and forearm, left elbow, both knees, both thighs, knees, and legs as well. The right foot, these are consistent with, now listen here, these are consistent with contact with a rough surface while the body was in motion. Say dragging, okay? So consistent with contact with a rough surface while body in motion. In other words, road rash. Okay. However, these are not the deep injuries you would see. Well, then I guess they're bouncing me backwards. I still think it is, but would see from someone being intentionally dragged. They are exactly what I would expect to see of someone who either fell or was ejected from a vehicle. Okay. Some of these may be from the earlier UTV accident, but most of them sound like they were sustained by the victim at the time of the fatal injury. Sorry, guys, I need glasses. Contusion to the posterior aspect of the right heel. This is consistent with a blunt impact on the heel. Scabbed, healing, superficial injuries to the hands. These are not associated with the fatal event, but may be result of the earlier UTV accident. The autopsy report indicates they were superficial and not the down to the bone injuries a lot of folks have described on other threads. These are not consistent with someone being dragged a significant distance by a vehicle. There is an important concept in forensics called a pertinent negative, which means something that is not there tells you something about what did or did not happen. Several pertinent negatives exist in this case. There are no fractures of the long bones present either upon external examination nor x-rays. This is important because it tells us a few things. The first is that he was not standing upright and struck by a vehicle, as I claimed that as well, based on what I knew. Because most adults who are struck by a vehicle while standing up is going to have fractures of the lower legs or their thighs. Additionally, the lack of fractures of the forearms and the lack of abrasions or contusions to the palms of the hands indicate that the victim did not attempt to brace himself before impact. Very true. But something I read yesterday, guys, that I have to disagree with on this. They were talking about this surface of the hands. They had multiple, like, pretty decently deep abrasions on them. I don't know. They're saying here that they weren't as bad, but that would be subsequent with holding your hands on the road trying to stop yourself, and it does make the gravel under the nails a good, understandable scenario. Okay? Just saying. Moving on. The or lack of abrasions or contusion to the pawn, blah, 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 blah. Did not attempt to, okay. Most conscious persons will extend their forearms out to attempt to arrest a fall, and this often, especially in a high-speed, high-energy event like this, would result in fractures of the forearms or significant soft tissue injury to the palms of hands, especially on a surface like a road that is very rough and abrasive. This would indicate that either he was unconscious or semi-conscious at the time of the event. His being deceased at that time to be ruled out due to the extensive internal bleeding and bleeding associated with the external injuries that he sustained that are described elsewhere. The other pertinent negative here is the lack of what are referred to as patterned injuries. These are injuries that are the shape and size of the object inflicting them. For example, a baseball bat will tend to produce a pair of contusions that are parallel to one another with an area of uncontused skin in between. These are sometimes referred to as railroad track contusions. This is true. I've seen them. Also, you can see pattern injuries in somebody who was struck by a vehicle. Sometimes you can even actually match up the shape of the headlight or a bumper to the injury. That's not the case here. This is further evidence that the hypothesis that he was struck by a vehicle is unlikely to be correct. Abrasion, laceration, avulsion injury to the left frontoparietal I always do this, damn it. Frontoparietal area of the scalp. The injury to the scalp that is described in the autopsy report is consistent with an impact to the front left side of the head. That involved some amount of force being applied against the scalp, causing it to peel back, referred to as an avulsion. The fact that the injury also has an abrasion component to it strongly argues that this was from a blunt impact to the head, like maybe a golf club. This is consistent with what one would expect to see in someone who lands on their head after falling. Possible too. The laceration avulsion does not imply the use of an instrument shaped. The scalp tends to tear in irregular curves when a body is in motion during an impact, so the shape of the injury in this case is, pardon the expression, a red herring. If it were due to a golf club or something similar, you would almost certainly see a depressed skull fracture directly underlying the laceration. Now, I feel, and they're not talking about the same area of the head, I feel that the golf club may have been used back here, okay, in this part of the head, based on the fact that it was completely caved in back here. They're talking about up here on the left side, going back this way. That's all I'm saying as far as that goes. I agree with some of this, and I disagree with some of this. That's just my opinion. There were multiple fractures, including was referred to as a hinge fracture across the base of the skull. Hinge fractures are very common in motor vehicle accidents, falls, plane crashes, etc. In this instance, the injury was likely produced by the same force that resulted in the scalp laceration on the left side of the skull. There are also multiple fractures in the occipital bone, which is the bone at the rear base of the skull to which the cervical spine attaches. These could have resulted from the impact force or alternately could have been produced by force applied through the cervical spine being compressed by the torso if the victim had landed head first. There were multiple lacerations of the brain, including the portions of the brain that are responsible for vital functions such as respiration, cardiac function. The brain was described as being edematous or swollen. This is a common reaction to a severe head injury. It is actually potentially lethal in its own right. If the patient was to survive beyond the initial few minutes of the injury, however, I don't think that's the case here, as he would have died of his other injuries first, and I agree with that. So if the hydrocephalus swelling, or no, that's fluid, I'm sorry. The swelling would have gotten to be so bad, is what they're saying, that he would have died from that. They believe that he passed before the other injuries, before the brain thing could have happened altogether. So just saying. There was a subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage around the brain. Once again, not something that is expected in a person who sustained major blunt injuries. These are, and this is why I think there was more than one thing at play. Okay, that statement right there. If you back up and hear that again, there was a subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage around the brain. Once again, this is not something that is unexpected in a person who sustained major blunt injuries. These are just different forms of bleeding between the brain and the layers of tissue that cover it, and the layers of tissue in the skull. I still think there was more than one situation at hand that involved his death. The cervical spine was fractured in 4 places. The second cervical vertebrae was fractured at the right articular facet. The joint where it attaches to the vertebrae above and below it. The lateral aspect of the first cervical vertebrae and the occipital condyle were also fractured, and this supports the hypothesis that the occipital fractures were from loading applied between the head and torso during a head first impact. The 6th cervical vertebrae suffered a fracture of its spinal process. This is a piece of bone that sticks out the back of the vertebrae. The 7th cervical vertebrae suffered a transverse process fracture. This is a fracture of the portion of the bone that sticks out to the side of the vertebrae. Based on the combination of head injuries and cervical spine injuries, it appears that his head impacted first, and then the neck was compressed while being turned or twisted by the inertia of the body. The torso, once opened, exhibited multiple potentially fatal injuries. The lungs bilaterally were seen to exhibit multiple contusions and lacerations. This is consistent with what you would expect to see in someone who suffers a severe impact of the chest, such as someone ejected from a vehicle or for falling off a motorcycle or all-terrain vehicle. Additionally, there were multiple rib fractures posteriorly on both sides. The 1st through the 5th ribs and the 8th rib on the right. The left 2nd through 5th ribs were also fractured posteriorly. These are consistent with what one would see with a very forceful impact of a victim landing flat on their back. The impact on the back is supported also by the presence of bilateral scapular fractures. See, I have a whole visual in my mind right now of what I think may have happened here. Hemorrhage also associated with all these injuries rule out the possibility that the victim was deceased prior to these injuries being inflicted. Additionally, the presence of fractures. Hold on, guys. Where did I go? Of the transverse process of the 1st and 2nd thoracic vertebrae, as well as the spinal processes of the 4th through 9th thoracic vertebrae and the 11th thoracic vertebrae, also strongly support the hypothesis of a forceful impact onto one's back. Now, I want you guys to picture this, okay? Because this is what I think happened. I think they were in the back of a truck, whether they tied him, chained him, whatever they did to this truck. I think maybe they were fighting with him in the back somehow or another, trying to do something with him, or he was in and out of it, halfway in, halfway out, whatever, and shoved him off the back of this truck. He made impact on the road, and they took off and they drugged him. I'm telling you, I think this kid was drugged. That is what I think happened. Either that he was on his knees and was pushed off, which is where the impact, what he's explaining, came from to the road and then was drugged in that sense. That's what this is kind of drawing in my mind. I could be completely wrong. I'm just saying this makes sense to me in that sense, okay? Other severe internal injuries that could have been fatal include a laceration of the left atrium that produced hemopericardium, which is a collection of blood in the sac containing the heart. A rupture of laceration of the atria is not uncommon in blunt trauma cases. In fact, it's fairly common in car accident victims that are autopsied. The left pulmonary vessels, so the blood vessels going to the left lung, were also noted to be lacerated. And this produced a large hemothorax, or collection of blood in the chest cavity between the lungs and the chest wall. This once again argues for the victim being alive at the time the injuries were sustained. The stomach was noted to be lacerated, which is rather unusual injury. You do not see that very often in blunt traumas, unless there is an extreme amount of force involved. His spleen is also lacerated, which produced hemoperitoneum, which is bleeding in the abdominal cavity, which I still think he very possibly could have, after he was laid there, been run over, okay, which is an extreme amount of force. I'm just saying, so that this could be made to look like he was hit by a vehicle. Okay. Conclusions. So what does this tell us? The major takeaway point of this is that these are not inflicted injuries in the sense of someone beating him or dragging him. And I disagree with that. Or doing anything of that sort. He was alive at the time he impacted the road service, period. There is no indication that the body was moved or that he was dragged, as some people have supposed. This death was most likely the result of an accident, although perhaps misadventure would be a better description for manner of death. The most plausible theory as to how these injuries were inflicted is that the victim was either in the back of a pickup truck or standing on the back of another vehicle, such as a UTV, while it was traveling at high speed. For some reason, perhaps either due to the vehicle swerving or due to loss of balance or consciousness due to intoxication, the victim fell out on or off the vehicle. He landed head first and then flipped onto his back and skidded along the road surface. This scenario would explain all the injuries demonstrated at autopsy. Please see the company illustration for an admittedly rough example of this scenario. Ultimately, I don't believe there was any foul play here. I don't believe there was any sort of cover-up other than a bunch of kids freaking out over an accident. Nothing that has been presented to me thus far seems to indicate that there was truly malicious intent on the part of other persons present that night. If this is any comfort to the family, should they read this, I would like to point out that most likely the victim did not sustain consciousness long enough to be aware of his injuries. There was no suffering here, and I hope this can bring some comfort and sense of closure to the family. And I respect this, I do. I disagree with it slightly. I'll say that. The internal bleeding, to me, does not match up with, especially like as they said, the amount of pressure it took to do that. Okay, it just doesn't match. So that's all I'm.
I'll say this: the amount of force that he would have fallen onto that asphalt with would create that much pressure if he was ejected at, say, 80 miles an hour. So I can buy that. I can buy a lot of what this guy is saying, except for the fact that he doesn't feel that foul play is involved. Because let's go with the theory that it was an accident. Okay, so they're out there, say he's surfing in the back of the truck, road surfing or whatever you want to call it. And he's ejected because Jack or whoever's driving the truck swerves. That's all well and good. But why are people evading the state, leaving and going to Texas? Why is Jack bringing a different pair of shorts? Why is Jack showing absolutely no emotion when talking about his best friend that he's grown up with and is like a brother to him? You have to throw all that into the equation as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Very good point, Molly. Thank you for that. Now I have a list here of these names, guys, that of the people that are involved. If anybody is taking notes on this case, you may want them. There's a lot of people, okay, and I do have some other. We have more in this, plenty of more going. I see people leaving. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bore anybody, but I really want to get this stuff out because I think it's very important in this case. This case truly deserves real justice, folks, and I'm kind of upset at the fact that I don't think it's going to get it. That's why I'm doing this today. So again, these initials we've seen in all the documents, this and everything else. Jack Newton, which was his best friend. That's JN. CC is Carter Combs. ML, we don't have. JH is Hannah Hensley. Gage Jessen. FD, we don't know. There's Blake Silva, Brian Smith, Brylan Sweat, Addison Cantu, which is one of the girls. CN is Caleb Newton with a question mark. Isaac Roges. Caden Pressey is somebody that I would love to talk to, and I'll show you why. Jason Ray Martin and VP. Okay, these are the people that were at this party that I believe have some involvement in knowing certain things, especially not so much involvement, but knowing things. Caden Pressey, I would love to have a conversation with. I really would, and I'll show you why. So there was a video that was filmed during this party as well. Okay. We saw a bit of it. Not, I don't think all of it, but some of it. A little piece yesterday. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate that. So this person, Jan Fiorillo, says admin on this is a Facebook post. Okay. To the owner of said video, I will pay, and understand this too. Hear what I'm saying with this is kind of interesting. To the owner of said video, I will pay to retain an attorney for you to advise you on how to walk this evidence into LE. If you have any culpability in Noah's death or cover up, this attorney can help you negotiate a plea deal. Immunity for you. Also, going through an attorney, the video will become work product and will enter in the investigation as protected evidence. Reach out to an attorney of your choosing and have them contact me at janfiorillo@yahoo.com. I will have my attorney make the arrangements with your attorney to ensure all rights for all parties involved and our understandings agreements are upheld. If you have concerns for your safety, they can also assist in getting you protection and keeping your testimony evidence anonymous. That's crazy that somebody would send this to this person. Obviously, they see what the rest of us are seeing and know that this is a problem. Okay? Just saying. This is Jack Newton. This is that CC girl. And this is one of the girls that, this is the one girl that they were fighting, him and Jacob, or I'm sorry, Jack and Noah were fighting over at one point during this party. Now, this is the video parts of a part of the video we were talking about. Okay. So I'm going to show this to you guys again. Could you hear that through here, by the way, Arctic, or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure you guys are hearing it.
Oh, no, I didn't hear the video. No, I'm sorry.
Come on. Yes, come on, Shady. Oh! Damn. This rain, I will fucking. Dude, I'll just beat the. I was not that me. Like, I actually believe that. I would just rather you know, I don't know where to go. No, you slap me. I slap you. As far as I can. No. I do trust you. I trust me. I trust him. Trust me, you almost hit me too. Go ahead. See, I wasn't going. Oh. Music in
So there's the video. That was just a piece of this video. I think I've been told there's a lot more to this. This was at the party before he went missing, walking down the road or whatever it is that happened. Okay, supposedly. Thank you, Brian. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome back. Crank 99. All right, guys. And again, showing more on the body of what the body took, okay, injury wise. The bone linking the skull to the neck is broken, okay, completely broken right there. The neck broken at the C1 and displaced from the skull, from there to there. That should have been attached here as well as this down there, okay? And then the neck fractures at several vertebrae, C1, 2, 6, and 7, all down through here, completely fractured, guys, okay? Not cool. So these are the two best friends, as you see. It's like he's got stuff written all over his body there. I'm guessing this was earlier before all this went down. There's another picture of Noah. All right, now here's some more. Showing some more of the injuries again. External injuries to the head. 4 by 2 inch of scalp torn off the bone up here. Grazed at the front, cuts on the inner ear. Okay, all these red spots, obviously. Up through here. On the ears, okay. Bleeding from both ears. There was bleeding from both ears, which would come from the bleeding on the brain, obviously. There's grazes across the left eyebrow, corner of the left eye, left cheek, left side of the neck, right back of the head, behind the right ear, and the right back of the neck. The mouth, upper and lower lips were split, teeth broken, fragments in mouth, and cut on the left side of tongue, which could have been him biting into his tongue upon impact onto the road, possibly, or something else. But still, that's kind of my thought. So there's more of that. The internal organ damage, okay? Both of the lungs were punctured. The left pulmonary vessels here were detached. The left atrium of the heart on this side. The internal bleeding around the heart was about 150 milliliters. And like I said, it filled the sac that surrounds the heart. The spleen and the stomach. And there were in the chest 700 milliliters on the right and 500 on the left of fluid that had leaked into the chest cavity. I can't see underneath there to tell you if there's more. I don't think there is, but I think that's everything. So again, there was so many different injuries. It's insane. That's kind of my thoughts as well, Aaron, honestly. No problem, buddy. All right, Arctic, thank you for joining me, brother. I appreciate your input and insight into this very much, and hope to speak with you again soon here shortly. Okay?
Have a great day.
All right, brother. Take care.
Bye.
Moving forward. Let me see. What happened to Noah Presgrove over Labor Day weekend? Okay. Let me see if there's this is different. This is one thing I wasn't sure of, but hold on. All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is what I wanted to show you guys again. All right. 1 second. That's a good point, Blue Butterflies. Very good point. Let's see if I can make it just a little bit bigger. There we go. So this is, again, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the report that came back. We covered this yesterday, but some people weren't here, and I just kind of wanted to go over it one more time so that everybody understood. We just covered everything on the skeletal view that we saw of this, okay? Multiple blunt force injuries to the head and neck, guys, which is what I personally believe caused his death. We showed all those there. We showed all those. Again, the injuries to the body itself. Okay, now here's part of what I wanted you guys to hear again. The decedent was a 19-year-old male who was found on the southbound side of a highway by a passing truck on September 4th, 23 at approximately 05:53 hours. Now, we were told that Jack showed up at the body between 5 and 5:15, I do believe, after he had posted at 4 a.m. that Noah was dead. We're going to go back and check the ankle marks there, Aaron, real quick here in a few. So he was naked and only wearing unmatching shoes. So he had both the shoes on again in this report. So that's why we were confused. There was a pair of shorts found several feet from the decedent and was reported to be his additionally. There were 3 pieces of a white metal chain as well as part of a tooth present several feet from the decedent. Also, there was a clump of hair found within one of the lanes of the highway several feet from the decedent. Additionally, a clump of hair was observed on the right buttock without blood or tissue. The paved highway consisted of 2 lanes with shoulders on both sides and a speed limit of 65 miles per hour. The highway was poorly lit at night. There were no vehicle parts or debris observed at the scene. Further investigation revealed that the decedent was at a house party and drinking on the 3rd. Then he rode an ATV Ranger vehicle with several men that had a rollover incident. The decedent was alive following the incident and returned to the party, where he got into an argument with his girlfriend. The decedent left the house party and was not found until the morning of September 4th, 2023, on the side of the highway. External, okay, this and that. I'm looking. I don't want to bore you guys, and I'm trying to go through everything. Okay, so at this point, the body was received, sealed with a seal number, along with the Oklahoma Office of the Chief Medical Examiner identification tag. The body was that of normally developed and Norris Caucasian male, appearing about the recorded age of 19 years. The body measured 73 inches in length and weighed 175 pounds. The BMI equaled 23.1 kilograms. Rigor mortis was complete. The pink-purple liver mortis was present posteriorly and fixed, except in areas exposed to pressure. The body was received wearing only an unmatched pair of shoes. So he even had the shoes on when they got him to the ME, okay? The right shoe was a Hey Dude brand with a speed lacing shoelace containing minimal debris and grass inside. The left shoe was an Adidas shoe. Also received were 3 separate brown bags labeled as follows: shorts containing a pair of white printed shorts without observable damage. Now, that's the other thing. Those could have been the shorts he was wearing, or they would have had some form of damage to them, which is curious to me as to why they were removed or what happened to them and replaced. That I cannot get past. I'm sorry, Mama P. I don't know. We'll talk about that here after. Let me get through this first, and then we'll go check stuff out and talk about that stuff too. So where are we at? Also received 3 separate brown bags. A white metal chain containing 3 pieces of this white metal chain and tooth containing a broken half of a tooth consistent with the molar tooth. The scalp hair was brown. The eyes had white sclera, pale conjunctive, and brown irids having 5 millimeter dilation of the right and left pupils, respectively. There was no evidence of petechiae, hematoma, injuries, or lesions present. The dentition was natural. There was stubble. There was no evidence of, then in the neck, and the larynx was in the midline. The thorax was symmetrical. The abdomen was flat. The external genitalia were those of normal adult circumcised male. There was drying artifact of the scrotum. The back and extremities showed no significant deformities. There was a drawing in black ink of a stick figure person on the side of the right thigh. There was a cluster of parallel linear scars on the posterior left arm and elbow. There were additional scars of different shapes on the rest of the extremities. There were scabs present in the upper left lip and palmar of the right hand, including the 3rd through 5th knuckles, middle phalanges of the index to the 5th fingers, and distal phalanx of the middle finger. There were healed abrasions on the lower back of the left hand, including the 5th knuckle and the middle phalanx of the 5th finger. Posterior left ankle, medial heel of the left foot, and dorsum of the hands. Dorsum of the left foot. There was a round healing ulcer on the posterior right thigh. There was drying on the palmar surfaces of the hands. There was skin slippage and bullae on the right upper back and left knee. There was a cluster of tan horizontal linear interrupted abrasions on the left abdomen, swabs, oral, penile, and anal hair, scalp and pubic hair, fingernail clippings, and photographs were obtained. It sounds like he punched something at some point. Yes, I agree. Hold on, folks. Doke. Now, okay, we went through all that already. That too. There doesn't seem to be anything showing any kind of ligature marks, wrists or ankles, except for the one left foot, I think it was, but I don't think that had anything to do with that. Nothing there either. Okay. Well, no, then. All the rest of this stuff covered before. Nothing there. And again, the blood alcohol was 0.14. For Demetrius was 0.18. Okay. And so he was pretty drunk. There was no other drugs in the system, though. All these tests were performed and none detected. So that's good. So let's see here. Moving forward.
I have asked this question before, but here goes. Was Noah Presgrove murdered in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I did see that, Mima. It could have just been a mistake, but I'm going to have to go look into that a little bit, too. It's pretty gross, Mima. I agree. Again, guys, sorry for that kind of stuff.
Oklahoma, or did somebody kill him accidentally and run away? Or was it an accident, period? Yeah. Random, tragic, nobody's fault.
Yes.
It pains me to say it, but even 8 months later, it depends on who you talk to. Noah, as you will probably know, is this 19-year-old high school grad whose battered body turned up on the side of a highway Labor Day morning last year, naked, except for his shoes, one of which was not his. From the outset, the police called it suspicious, which wasn't much of a stretch, but then they went radio silent. The family never even got a proper death certificate. But 2 days ago, bombshell. Noah's brother told us exclusively the police said to the family they were looking at several people as possible suspects in Noah's death. Implication, foul play. That same day, News Nation paid a visit to the Oklahoma City Medical Examiner's office, asking why, after all this time, why they had failed to produce an autopsy report. And then voila, there's Alex Capriello. Just yesterday, they produced an autopsy report listing Noah.
I'm sorry. Hey, Doc. Sorry about that. I muted myself. They came out normal based on what it said, that along with the penile, anal, and the pubic hair and all that stuff. So I didn't see that there was anything. I know what you're pulling at, Doc, and there didn't seem to be anything. They were I can't think right now. Jesus, on something, but they were normal. I'm guessing that's what it was. Yeah, they tested all that for that reason. Great question, Doc. Absolutely great question. Based on the fact that he was completely nude, I would have asked the same thing. And she mentioned yesterday, Draw did, that she was curious about that. So there you go. Thank the Lord that didn't happen as well.
Was cause of death as multiple blunt force injuries, perhaps from, are you ready? Unknown vehicle. Implication, pedestrian accident. But then under manner of death, which is accident, homicide, suicide, natural, the ME marked unknown. So we ran all of that by Joseph Scott Morgan, who's our go-to certified death investigator and forensic analyst. And he pointed out something really interesting. That the assessment of the body was not done at the scene, and that the autopsy was done more than 24 hours after Noah was found, which is far from ideal. And now today comes a written statement from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. And again, bombshell. They're investigating Noah's death along with the OSBI, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, and pay close attention to the operative line in the new statement. It reads, and I quote, currently the OHP is not investigating Presgrove's death as a murder, end quote. Which could be in line with the autopsy report. What about the family's report that police were looking at possible suspects? Do the police believe that Noah was a victim of homicide, death at the hands of another, but that it wasn't on purpose? And if so, they may want to have another chat with the ME. Or are the two investigating agencies not on the same page? Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
All right, guys, moving on to the next file. Trying to see what this shows me here on this side. Can't do that, so that one's not going to happen. Oh yeah, we looked at that already. Okay. This should be interesting to hear. No, you're okay, Mama.
First saw the second autopsy of. I am joined now by Dr. Michelle Dupree, a medical examiner and forensic pathologist. She oversaw the second autopsy of Stephen Smith, that South Carolina teenager and former acquaintance of Buster Murdaugh, whose mysterious death has a lot of similarities to Noah. Doctor, thank you for being on. I think the first question is, what do you make of the report? I can read it as a layperson. I think you see a lot more to it. What's your take?
Actually, I'm so glad y'all are looking into this because this is not tracking as a motor vehicle accident. I am very strongly suspicious that there was some sort of an assault or something before he was actually found in the road, and perhaps even placed in the road to make it look like a traffic accident.
That is exactly what I said, you guys. Word for word what I think and thought and said. Period. That's exactly what I think happened.
The things in particular, the evidence that make you think this is not a vehicle pedestrian accident as the autopsy lists?
There's so many. One, he has no long bone fractures. There are no fractures of his legs or his arms. He has injuries on both sides of his body.
There hasn't been a new update on Caleb as of yet, guys, but based on the information that's been given to us and to me personally, I do believe it's him. We'll just wait and see what we get, though.
Apparently no debris found at the scene. He also has rib fractures in his back. Typically, when we find fractures of the ribs, they're front or their side, but from the back means that he was hit by something from the back. But yet he also has injuries on the front of his head. His skull has significant and numerous skull fractures. This does not track to be a pedestrian motor vehicle accident in my mind.
Also, his shoes were on. Every one of those accidents I've seen, one of the.
Absolutely, Miss Barbara, we can definitely help you. I'll get together with Mom and a couple of people and see what we can do to help out in that, okay? 100%. And thank you for asking, for sure.
The first things you notice is that people literally are out of their shoes. Stephen Smith seemed to have his shoes on as well, right?
That's true. And a lot of times that is correct. The person is knocked out of their shoes, but it doesn't always happen. And in Stephen Smith's case, I don't believe that he was hit by the vehicle itself, but by something on the vehicle. And that's why his shoes were still left on.
Let me ask you this. Our friend Joseph Scott Morgan, who's a certified death investigator from Jacksonville State University, he said that the autopsy wasn't done for 24 hours after Noah died, and that the medical examiner was not out at the scene. I thought that was unusual, given that, little I know of your profession, a medical examiner's report takes in a lot of stuff that's not medical. It takes in the scene, the clues, the actual investigative, hints that are all around the way the body is out there. How strange is this?
Yeah, she's very
It
good.
actually depends on the jurisdiction. In some jurisdictions, medical examiners do go out to the scene. In others, they don't, and they have death investigators that'll go out to the scene. But we absolutely need that police report to get the totality of what happened to this young man. I haven't seen a police report. I don't know what it says, but we have to have that information, not just looking at pieces of it.
Michelle Dupree, Dr. Dupree, thank you so much for your wisdom. I'm going to call on you again because I know you know what you're talking about, and I'm appreciative of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
by saying something important from the family. Noah's appreciative of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to end this by saying something important from the family. Noah's family wants everyone who's been following this case to know something that's very important to them. Noah did not have drugs in his system when he died. If you don't believe me, you can view that part of his autopsy online. We have it at newsnationnow.com. You can also download our app and you'll get all the information from the past as well. But very important to the family because they said a lot of rumors are out there. Noah did not have drugs in his system in that autopsy. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your
Hold on a moment, folks. One second. Hold up. Somebody just said in chat that Betty was getting arrested. Oh. Well, welcome back, guys. For those of you that are here, I appreciate it. We'll look into this stuff after the fact, nursery. I just want to get through this first. Oh, wow. Oh, she's going to be because of what she said. I got you. Yeah, well, that's on her. That's on her. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, folks. Just saying. Stupid stuff. It is what it is. Never understand it. Never. All right. Now. So. I'm not quite sure. This is a text message that was sent out at some point too. It says it's showing a 2016 Chevy Silverado 2500 HD. And it says, I don't know, something cheap. And it says, I can't read the hell. I can't, dang something. It says, I'll meet y'all at the lake. Can you bring me a hat, please? Okay. Someone messed with mine after I went to bed. I don't really know what that means or is, but okay. So NP's brother speaks to media, pointing out where his body was found. He was in a fetal position, covered in a tarp, blood seeping. So this was his brother, yeah. Didn't look like a hit and run. Brother says Ellie have a couple people in mind, but hasn't been announced, and we saw that already. So yes, this is text messages from Jack Newton. Says no, they even took my Ranger into evidence and released it because they said it had nothing to do with how Noah died. Do you think a random vehicle got him? Maybe. Jack says no, because there was zero traffic through the area from when he passed away to when it was called in. According to the Terrell store cameras, I'm telling you, it was either the Texas boys or the semi-trailer. And I've already messaged the semi driver asking if we could talk. Why would he do that? Why would Jack message this semi truck driver and ask if they could talk? That's kind of weird. Sorry. That's not your job or your place, or that's strange, guys. Just saying. That's crazy, bro. So somebody leaving the party got him? Just saying. I don't know, folks. This is KP. This is Noah. This is the Caden Percy kid that I want to talk to. 4 reasons that I'll show you in a few minutes here. You see what he's got in his hand over here, folks? That is a rifle. I don't know what the hell these kids were doing. Just saying. Just saying. Not yet, Kaylee. This was the girl that was, I don't know if this is maybe his girlfriend, what was slapping him in the face when that whole video. This is the other girl named Avery. This is one of the vehicles that he wrecked and rolled, I'm guessing. All right. Okay, again, showing the skull fractures all up through here. So these are lateral fractures as well as that as well, and back here, guys. I mean, the left temporalis was had muscle damage too. So, I mean, this was some serious pressure and damage that was done to this kid. So here we go again. Brooke Bounds Carter in a Facebook post says, "You don't think she doesn't have as much to lose? Let's take a step back. What if the kids of hers or close to her truly didn't have anything to do with it? Y'all are dragging them through the fire. I think Stevie is handling it a hell of a lot better than I would. She has lost a child. You think her heart doesn't break for Noah? He was extremely close with them. She wouldn't wish that on anyone. She wants this case solved as much as the family does. There's a hell of a lot more info on this case and the family that isn't being said out of respect for the family. I would back off. You push a mama bear so far in a corner and she won't have anything to do but start swinging back. And when I say she has stuff that I assure you Noah's family doesn't want to come out, I would just keep my mouth shut." That sounds like a damn threat to me, folks. Just saying. Just saying. You see what I'm saying? For real. That ain't cool. And that posted in Reddit. This is Brooke Bounds Carter. I'm not 100% sure who she is. Stevie is the mom of a 22-year-old. Okay. Interesting.
They are not investigating the mysterious death.
Hold on, guys. Make sure you guys are hearing all this. Exactly, green-eyed.
Of an Oklahoma teen as a murder.
And it is mysterious. 19-year-old Noah Presgrove was found dead along the side of a rural Jefferson County highway last year. News 4 Spencer Humphrey is here. And Spencer, I know you've gotten to look at the medical examiner's report. Does this shed any more light on what might have happened to this young man?
Yeah, Kevin, I did look at that report, and it does say that Noah Presgrove died from blunt force injuries. But when it came to how the medical examiner believes those injuries happened, be it intentional or accidental, they couldn't make a determination.
It all leaves Ashley Chadwick with very few words.
I really don't know what to say.
A news release today from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol indicates the agency is not investigating the death of her cousin, 19-year-old Noah Presgrove, as a murder. Meanwhile, a medical examiner's report News 4 obtained today lists his manner of death as undetermined.
It's a lot to process. I really don't.
Noah was found dead along the side of Highway 81 in Jefferson County back in September, wearing nothing but two mismatching shoes. His family says he'd gone to a Labor Day party at a friend's house that night, but they still don't know how he ended up dead on a remote highway miles away. I introduced you to his family last month when they told me state troopers had stopped giving them updates about the investigation.
At the end of the day, what we know is that he lost his life.
When you don't have answers, you can't close your heart from that heartache.
That story caught the attention of News Nation, giving the case national attention.
I am glad that it has crossed so many states, so many surfaces.
The newly released medical examiner's report lists blunt force injuries as Noah's cause of death, but it doesn't specify how they happened. Presgrove's family says investigators previously told them it didn't look like Noah had been hit by a car. And for Chadwick, it's still all a lot of emotions with very few answers.
The cycle of grief is continuing and it doesn't stop.
Now, since the first story I brought you last month, Chadwick says OHP has started regularly communicating with their family again, staying in constant contact. She wanted me to pass along that the family is very appreciative to investigators for that.
All right. Yep, I agree, Green-Eyed. All right, we got more messages via Facebook. Again, I don't want to speak. Oh, wait, hold on. This is from Jennifer Ray. Okay. To Derek Adams, says, I don't want to speak for Jack Newton, but I think by something terrible, he's referring to the theory that Noah was assaulted terribly and left for dead by people he knew. For sure, losing someone is awful, but to know a loved one suffered must be an extra burden on the heart. Stevie Howard says, Jennifer Ray, good thing that didn't happen. Stevie Howard to Derek Adams, do you have information as to how? Please reach out to law enforcement. Pray don't even share your facts here. Straight to them. That's exactly what we need in this country. Okay. Stevie Howard again. Teresa Escobar Coughlin. I'll gladly drop you a pin if you'd like to discuss this in person. Maybe we can figure out this karma thing together. This is interesting, guys. Eric Thompson Jr. says, Stevie Howard, wow, bud. Are you actually threatening someone? Sounds a bit like it, and why? Do you know something? Does someone that you know have something they need to let out? Stevie Howard to Eric Thompson Jr. No, I wasn't threatening at all. I'll send her my number too. Meant to put that, but I meant we really are an open book here. She seemed to have legitimate questions and has been one of the few. Sorry, guys. That's all it says. Then here we go with Jack and multiple people again in this Facebook thread. Why everyone acting like they just want it to be something terrible? Losing someone is already one of the hardest things of life. Jack, the way Noah died actually was something terrible. Jack says back to Derek, like I said, losing someone is already one of the hardest things of life. Sheila Glenn Arnold says, Derek Adams, yes, it was. Jennifer Ray says, Derek Adams, I don't want to speak for Jack, but I think by something terrible. I hate that these don't show everything. Damn it. Okay, now this is why I want to speak with Caden Pressey, folks. Supposedly there's a video of Noah kissing someone's mom, supposedly. It says, my name is Caden. I was the owner of the red Cherokee and the owner of the other gray Hey Dude that was found on Noah's body. I know y'all might have many questions to ask me, and I will do my best to expose, understand, this is why I want to talk to him, to expose all of the people lying about Noah, aka spreading misinformation and saying stuff that isn't true. I haven't been active on social media because it's only been talking to people who need to know, the police, the family, and the detectives. I did not want to come on here due to people twisting what I will say about this from the start. I've told the God's honest truth and nothing less. Noah is my friend, and I can't let all these people keep on lying about him. I was woken up at 5:15 due to Jack bursting through the door of the house, alerting everyone that Noah was dead. I woke up 3 boys and looked for my Hey Dude for about 2 minutes, ending up not finding it. So I went with one shoe and ran to my red Jeep Cherokee and drove a mile down the road to where a white semi and a white service truck was. We were there for about 2 to 5 minutes before being told that we needed to leave. Noah was wearing black shorts. When we showed up, his body was tampered with. And I will stand by that in court and any test. When we got back to the house, everyone went back to sleep like nothing happened. I stayed up the whole time thinking to myself, how and why did this happen? Because at the time, we were under the assumption he got hit by a car. Stop spreading lies and misinformation on this. How would you like it if it was your family member or friend in the situation? I'm sure that you would feel the same as I do. Call me a liar. Whatever you have to say won't change the truth. I know what I saw. Noah had black shorts on, folks. When he was found, there were white shorts laying next to him. And that is when they were changed, when Jack ran back in the house saying Noah was dead and then went back. And they were told that they need to leave the scene before police even got there, and went back to the house and acted like nothing happened and went back to sleep. This is what I'm saying, folks. This is wrong. This was not an accident. I'm sorry, but Noah was murdered, in my opinion. Absolutely murdered, in my opinion. I want to know who, though. I want to have a conversation with Caden. I really do. So, hold on here, folks. And his family deserves to know what the hell happened. And Noah deserves true justice on this for 1,001%. Again, I don't believe something is not right with Jack's story about leaving to go fishing with his father. Because I was pretty sure he was at the house, folks. Does this make sense to you guys? Come on now. Something is wrong here. Just give me a minute here. Right, exactly. That's why I referred to this being like the movie I Know What You Did Last Summer, guys, because it really does remind me of that same plot. Very, very possible. Very possible. They won't be able to sit on it. Eventually, somebody's going to break on this. I'm telling you. Hold on, Molly. Oh, the little girl. Yes, I saw it, Molly. Why? Does this have something to do with this too? Or is this just, I mean, it's horrible either way, but. Oh. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm looking at it now. I'm just trying to see if it is connected to this. It's in Oklahoma. It is. CN was the, oh shit. Okay. Hold on, folks. Wow. So Girl 7 dies from extensive injuries caused by a boat propeller after falling overboard in Oklahoma Lake, where the driver smelled like alcohol. Cindy Beth Harkins, 7 of Comanche, Oklahoma, died Saturday afternoon. Harkins was one of 9 people on an outing at Waurika Lake in Jefferson County. Oklahoma Highway Patrol troopers were called to the scene around 5:15 p.m. Preliminary investigation found that Harkins fell into the water for unknown reasons. She and 8 others were supposed to be inside a 2007 Mastercraft boat. Harkins suffered extensive injuries after she was struck by a boat propeller. Boat operator Caleb K. Newton, this is Jack's brother, suspected to have odor of alcoholic beverage. Or not. Hold on. Sorry. A 7-year-old Oklahoma girl was carried after she was struck by a propeller, blah, blah, blah. We did this to, according to state troopers, 9 passengers at ages 6 to 37. It wasn't. No. This poor little girl. My God. That is so sad. Thank you, Aquarian. Dad. That's why I said. That's why I stopped myself. It's not his brother. It's his dad. I don't know where the hell I got brother from or what I was thinking of when I said it out. I was thinking of something else. Oh, I was thinking about his brother, Noah's brother, and then I put the 2. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is Jack's dad, Jack Newton's father, Caleb. You see what I'm saying? And this is the guy supposedly that showed up at the scene at 5:15 with Jack and found Noah's body. I'm just no, not no, but hell no. Change my mind, somebody. Please change my mind. Change my mind. That's all I can say. Because you ain't going to, folks, at this point. You're not going to. Sorry. At all. What time is it here? 5:15. What time does Mom get home? I'm going to drop her a link. Kimber's working, I think, too. Mama Bear's working. All my peeps is working. Actually, let me do this, too. I'd love to hear her input on this if I can find it. Okay. It's very interesting. Yes, thank you guys. You know what, Green-Eyed? I can't say that I'm not going to say you're wrong. I can't argue with it. It's extremely interesting. You are correct. The one with the tooth. Huh. Something was wrong. Something is wrong. So wrong. I think it was just a friend's. They were a friend's daughter to him. There was 9 of them on this boat. And I think it was just a group of friends that took their kids out and so on and so forth. And at one point, a couple parents of the kids at the party said if we had something to do with it, it would have been better. It would have been done better. Wow. Got a good teacher, isn't that right, Mima? For real, Aaron. For real. Something is wrong. We need to figure it out, you guys, because this, like I said, Noah's family deserves so much more than this. For sure. Damn. Well, it said that he found the tooth on the ground, picked it up, put it in his pocket, and then he threw it at the body when he got to it. And in my opinion, if he cared anything about this kid who supposedly lived with him at one point, he would have been a lot more caring and more compassionate about the situation. Just saying. You see something here? Hold up here. Wait a minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. This case is going to overtake me. I can feel it already. %100 going to overtake me. I feel it already. Yep, it's going to take me. So I'm guessing that would be Jack's dad's girlfriend. This is his dad. This is Caleb here. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that's Caleb Newton right there. You know what, Aquarian? I can't. If you bust into my house and start screaming, yelling that somebody, a close friend of mine, is dead, I'm not going back to sleep. I don't care how old I am, drunk I am. I'm going to sober up real quick, and things are going to change. One of those kids. Yeah, I agree with that one too, Green Eyed. Absolutely, because that's where the emotions are. If anything, very possibly the girlfriend, if she knows anything. Just saying. Just saying. All right, let me check a couple of emails here. Thank you, Miss Barbara. I got your email, and I will definitely do something with that. Also, hold on here. Hold on. So this was posted in the missing talk of Caleb Harris. In the Facebook group. I'm just going to read this. This is a theory somebody posted in there. As I said, we're talking about both the cases and more today. So, oh, no. Okay. Hold on. Jesus. You said no. Okay. I misunderstood you. Sorry. Sorry, widow. I took it down. No worries. I misunderstood who that was from. I'll just read through this myself. Gotcha. I didn't even know that existed over there, so I'll have to go look at that. Anyway, thank you for the email. All right. Now, yeah, I think we might have to do that, Green Eyed, and we need to look into him a little bit more than who he is. All right, SRB, thank you, hon.
I need 2 more AA.
Hold on 1 second. All right, SRB. Thank you, dear. Gotcha, Molly. Yeah, we may have to do that. I'm just curious because there's some things not right. That sounds good, Green Eyed. Sounds like a plan, and we may have to just do that. Bring a little visualization to specific people. Maybe that will make them feel regret or whatever things, just saying. Thank you, Green Eyed, very much. Yep, that's a problem for me for sure. Found naked with white shorts 25 feet away. Something's wrong all the way around. Thank you, Red 5, and welcome. Okay. Oh, it very, very absolutely is a solvable case. I do agree with you on that, Green. Hey, buddy. Agreed, Aaron. They have to, which is why I think they're looking at this at this point. These are kids too. You know what I'm saying? And kids don't make decisions. Kids don't know how to make decisions in situations like this. Oh, okay. Got you, Salty. Kids don't, I don't think, know how to make decisions like this without some help, possibly from adults. Okay. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that that's a fact of any sort. It's just an opinion I have. That's all I'm saying. So just think about it. Again, Red says the driver found him 10 minutes before Jack got there. He released a statement yesterday that he said that there was no tampering. Do they know the driver? Another point. Did they know the driver of the service truck? Or the semi driver? As Jack stated, he wanted to reach out to speak to the semi driver, which I find a little strange. Well, thank you, WB. Appreciate the super chat. Here's for some more eggs. I wonder where he released the statement at. I'd like to see that. Let me see. Let me see if I can find something real fast, guys. Hold on a minute.
It's for big governments.
Oh, Daily Mail. Okay. Thanks, Red 5. It's very possible, or some relation, green-eyed, very possible. All right, guys, let me do this here real quick. Is that stated out? Going to you? Hold up. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines for a bit here. If anybody wants to call in, have a bit of a conversation about this, speak any thoughts, feelings. The phone number is 234-703-4047. Please give me a call. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Definitely. That's interesting, too. More stalking going on. Yes, she's in Tennessee, Kaylee. So, guys, if you want to talk, speak your feelings, your theories, your opinions, whatever, give me a yell. 234-703-4047. I'd love to hear from you, like I said. For sure. Come on. Don't leave me hanging, guys. I was told that people love when I open the phone line, so somebody give me a call, please. It is 234-703-4047. If you're going to call in, guys, please try to keep the calls to like a minimum of like 3 minutes in case somebody else wants to call in. The number scrolling across the bottom of the screen there in that green bar. All right, there is the email for anybody that is interested. Thank you, Miss Andy. Yeah, you did. Yeah, let's try to focus on this, guys, first. Once we get through with this, we can talk about other things for sure. I just want to make sure everybody gets their feelings out about this. We finish talking about this first so that nobody gets confused about who we're talking about or which case exactly we're talking about. That's all. I have no problems with talking about other things. Just while we're still talking about this, I don't want to get it confused. That's all. And if nobody decides they want to call in or has anything else to say, then we can move on for sure. Absolutely. It's an open discussion. There's no worries. I do have a Discord, Coca-Cola. I do. It's for members only. And once members are members, then they can get a hold of Miss Brandy and hook it up. Yeah, I did, Mima. I get it. I see exactly why you feel that way too. Let me see something here. Oh, no worries, Widow. Thank you again. All right. Looks like we got a call coming in.
Call from
Green-eyed PI.
to accept, press 1.
Hello, hello. You're live with Dago. How are you today?
Hey, Dago. It's Green-eyed.
How are you?
I am awesome. How are you?
I'm wonderful, and thank you for calling. I appreciate your assistance on a lot of these things, very much so. Just so you know.
Most certainly. Most certainly. I like to keep up with the cases because my phone and computer blow up, and I share what I can. Okay, sure. Is it my phone? Okay.
No, it's the reverb coming back through the speakers into the microphone, and it gives an echo, and it drives people nuts, and I don't blame them. So, hold on.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, can everybody hear her? Okay.
Am I good?
I think you're good. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I want to talk about the Noah case first. I definitely think Jack and especially the one man you want to speak to.
Yeah, definitely.
I find it strange that they go back and the shorts are different. Like everybody else, that's a big red flag.
Right.
I believe if they brought all the kids in, that, after about 8-9 hours, they're going to give up and they're going to give intel. They're going to tell.
Agreed.
Especially the first one would be the female, because I agree with you. That's the one who folded the clothing.
Right. That's my feelings. And if you don't mind, it's up to you. If you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to. But can you kind of put out there, first of all, this is Green-eyed PI. She's in the chat, guys. Can you express like how you come upon the ideals that you have in some senses in your experience with these things and why?
Yes. My history is, first, my husband's father was a detective. My mother was a detective, and I worked with her. I'm a physician's assistant, and I helped her with her work, helped her with the medical, how somebody died, with the medical terminology. Then I was in an accident, and I tore an aorta, and my hand got messed up, so I could not perform my duties as a PA.
Got you.
So I got into private investigating, and I went ahead and went further.
Gotcha. Thank you. And
I sent that to you.
Okay.
The Department of Justice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just wanted everybody to understand who you were and the experience you have as to where your theories, your feelings, and the things that you come from. That way people have a little more respect for and understand that kind of thing. So I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, of course. So I have medical and I have criminal, which is a good thing to have.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you can, put things together where one isn't fitting, the other might.
Right.
And those two go together. So it helps a lot.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely agree with you. I I always wanted to be. I had three. My biological father, my uncle, my grandfather were all law enforcement officers. One of them was a detective. I myself wanted to do that, but it just didn't work out that way for me, and that's fine. Which is probably why I'm drawn to what I do. So I do a lot of investigating, research, breaking down things, breaking things apart, putting them back together, so on and so forth.
Right.
So when you
But
see
I have to tell you, Dago, I don't mean to interrupt you.
no,
Since you were EMT,
yes,
the medical field is investigating.
oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
So that helps you because somebody can't just come to you and go, I'm sick. Well, okay, we still have to investigate that patient.
That's
to
right.
find out what, and so you do have that in you.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Call from Peggy Sue. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. At any time, you may press star to join the call.
What happened here? Okay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Peggy,
yes.
Peggy Sue, as soon as I'm done with this call, please call in. I'd love to hear from you. Go ahead, Green Eyed. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll try to make it fast. But yes, definitely Jack and is it Steven?
Yes, Stevie. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Stevie. When you have no emotion, that to me, look, if you saw one of your friends or you heard one of your friends,
Mm-hmm.
you are devastated.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can't, you don't even want to talk to people. And the dad who has a tooth in his pocket, I believe he wanted to keep that as a trophy.
Very possible. Yeah.
And then he was like, well, wait a minute. I might get caught with this.
Mm-hmm.
So he threw it down.
Very good. Very good
that's
point.
Just my opinion. Because I believe that he also helped with the cover up because no other parents would do that for their children.
I agree.
But I do believe out of all those kids, one of their parents are in LE.
Very possible.
There would have been an investigation.
Very possible. Yes, that makes sense. I've thought the same thing. And like I said, I can very well see Jack calling his dad in panic saying, Dad, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. What do I do? Okay, son, I'll be right there, so on and so forth.
I'll be right there. And why are you there? And why do you have a tooth in your pocket? You're not a dentist.
Exactly.
You're not a dentist.
Yes, ma'am.
Or a dishwasher maker. So I just find that the whole thing is I would have asked for a second autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you have to pay for them, and
Yeah.
that might have been a problem.
Right.
Yeah. If the family would have come out and said, we want a second one, I'm sure we could have gotten the $300.
I absolutely would have ran a fundraiser to pay for that. Absolutely. I still would.
Amen. Yeah. And I would definitely, I would have donated.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and with Caleb, there was a witness that saw him down by under the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And, that last picture that he took of the bridge.
Yeah.
So this is just my brain thinking. I was thinking, did he see the person and he flashed that picture real quick to say, this is where I am?
I'm glad you said that because I personally think that he was trying to show who he was talking to, possibly where exactly he was standing, so that that person could see
Right.
that bridge to find him possibly. Yes, that's my opinion.
Right. Like, this is where I'm going to be picked up.
Exactly.
Or this is where I am.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep.
look for me here if I go missing. So I feel like, also the water underneath was 40 feet deep.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was 5 to 7
Oh no.
because
Underneath
of that
there.
manhole.
Yep. That was very deep.
Yeah, I had no idea. So that's all I wanted to say. And if you need any help with Barbara, I'm here for you, Jago. You have my number.
Absolutely. And I listen,
And
I
you
really
have my
appreciate.
email.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is why I appreciate bringing people like this that are community members on as part of the team when we work and do, because we do real investigation and research to find the answers to the things that we try to present to you guys. With a lot of the cases that we work, I have a very strong and helpful team in here, and I'm always adding people that are interested in helping to help to bring true justice to these cases that we look at. So thank you so very much, Green Eyed. I appreciate that so very much.
No problem. You guys be blessed and have a great day, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You as well. And thanks for calling in. I appreciate
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And that is why this is such a good thing, you guys, because we do that. I have added people to this team. Even from the UK, Miss Pamela, she is a retired Manchester police officer and helped in a lot of ways when we were covering the Nicola Bully case, so on and so forth. We have retired police officers that are on the team, retired. I have a retired attorney. There's also specific types of doctors that come into the community that help with a lot of things. So I'm very grateful to have these people in the community and part of this team. So again, thank you, Green Eyes. So very much appreciated. So very much appreciated. Peggy Sue, again, my apologies. If you wanted to give a call back now, you're welcome to. I'm trying to find. It didn't show, or wait a minute, maybe it did. Let me try this. See what happens here.
Hello?
Hi, is this Peggy Sue?
Yes, it is. Hi,
Well,
Diego. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. I'm so sorry I missed your call. That's why I'm calling you back. Thank you for calling in. What can I do for you today?
Oh, I was just thanking you for covering these cases and
Absolutely.
your attitude and your kindness and your calmness. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much. And I appreciate that you enjoy being here and that you see us for who we are and what we're trying to do. I really do appreciate that, Peggy. I do.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with the case that you're talking about now. Actually, today's the first day I heard about it.
And it's a case from September of 2023 that we just started covering. Mama Bear brought this to my attention a couple days back, and I'm trying to get back into bringing out more of these true crime cases. We haven't really been able to touch on a lot because we've been, handling a lot with Sebastian's case and some things, other things, so on and so forth. So I really need to be bringing more of this stuff to you guys, a lot more. So that's why we hit on this one, and we're going to be bringing more stuff like this in the future here. So,
Okay, so where did this take place?
Oklahoma. It happened in Oklahoma in September of 2023.
Well, just from what I heard, it sounded pretty brutal.
It is very, very much so. And that if it was just a simple hit and run or a simple car accident, I wouldn't have even looked at it, but there's so many questions to it. Like I said,
hit and run.
No. And a couple a couple of the team members that are in here, Mama Bear first looked at it and went, wait a minute. And then she reached out to Molly. They started talking about it. Molly starts breaking it down herself, looking, because Molly's a really heavy researcher and she digs deep. And they started working together. Boom, boom, boom. Mama Bear said, hey, Dago, I think we need to look at this as well. And here we are. So this is what we do. And there's a lot of these like this. So that's why, like I said, I'm going to be trying to bring, of course, I have a high passion for finding the missing children and the missing in general, and will continuously cover that like I can. But there's other cases like this that still need a lot of attention that are not getting, in my opinion, the right look from Ellie. Maybe they don't have the time, or they're not looking at it in a sense that maybe something else happened. And what we do out here is we go beyond what mainstream media does, because mainstream is only allowed to talk about what they're told that they can talk about. In turn, we go looking for real answers and more truth to what mainstream gives us, and we present it as we report it, we investigate and report it. We're investigative reporters to the public that wants the truth on these, to try to get real justice for these cases. So
right.
And that's the problem, is nobody in this area has taken this case serious enough, in my opinion. Okay. And that is where we have to step up and say, okay, something's wrong. You had your chance. It's time to move forward and start looking a little bit deeper on some sides. And anything that we were to find as we research and investigate certain things, if it's something that we feel is of any substance whatsoever, we turn it over to authorities immediately, before we would even bring it to anybody else in that sense either.
Right. There's just, every time you turn around anymore, there are people going missing. There are people like this situation with this young man, and oh my God, it's horrible.
Yes, I agree.
My granddaughters live in Charlotte, North Carolina, and just from the time that I've been watching these videos, and I'm fearful for them. Every time I talk to them, I tell them, hey, be very aware of your surroundings,
Absolutely.
Because they're teenagers, and they're very attractive young girls, and I worry. I worry sick about them.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what one of the main things we like to do as creators, or whatever you want to call us, is to bring awareness to certain situations so that you can do things like that. If it's something you're not aware of or you don't know for sure, when we say these things, we're in hopes that you guys are going to say to your kids, your grandkids, your family, your friends, hey, watch out for this, watch out for that. This is things that are happening, like pay attention. You know what I mean? That's part of it. So I appreciate that.
I've always, told them that I've ramped it up, to the point that, when I tell my daughter, she's like, Mom, yes, we are. We're being careful. We're being safe. And I'm like, okay, well, and then when I talk to my granddaughters, I tell them, hey, hey, if they walk to the store, hey,
never go alone. Never go alone.
Never go alone. Don't stop. Don't talk to nobody. Don't hang around. And if anybody comes up to you, approach you, you scream as loud as you can and you run.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. That's it right there. Scream and run as fast as you can.
The whole time, and I'll be there. Call me. I'll be there. I'm coming.
Yes.
But anyway, like I said, I just wanted to call and thank you. I found you through Cluminati, and so I subscribe to all of y'all. And
thank you.
Yes. I like your temperament.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me real quick before I just want to approach this question. Common Sense 101 says, is this the same man I saw on Clue's channel trashing Bullhorn Betty while she was out putting up signs for a missing child? I've never been to this channel. Want to make sure I'm not mistaken. Yes, I am. Absolutely. That's her person. And I wasn't trashing her. I was just speaking on the obvious of the idiotic situations that she's putting out there and the things that she's doing that are not helping in any way, shape, or form. That comment there about her putting up flyers, that's wonderful. If she's doing that, that's great. And I commend that. Everything else she's doing is not helping in any way, shape, or form.
Yes. It's a train wreck.
Absolutely. Yes. So that was,
she's trying to provoke people to come out.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah.
And absolutely. So, yes, common sense. I'm the same person. And that is exactly who I was and still am, and how I feel about that person, because she's not doing anything positive as far as I'm concerned. So, anyway, sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to take away from your conversation.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I agree with you 100%. Tell them like it is. She's a train wreck, and she's trying to provoke. And you know, I hate to say this, but watching that video today, I wanted to reach through my phone. God have mercy on my soul.
Everybody does. It's
As I
horrible.
could climb through my phone. I'm going to
Horrible.
jail.
There's comments that she's making. You know, there's these parents, there's three parents, I'm sorry, that are missing a child. And you're sitting here saying things like, if anything happens to me, Chris did it. This, that, and are you, it's time to grow up, okay? And I have said some things that come off immature, come off in whatever way you want to take it. I'm tired of it. I'm angry with it. I'm irritated with it. And I'm going to speak how I feel about it, because it is what it is, just as much as she does or anybody else does. That's not the type of temperament or the type of person that needs to be looking into a missing child case. I'm sorry. Move along to something different. Figure out what is your niche, but this ain't it. It's wrong. My apologies, but I'm not sorry.
No, this is not even about finding a missing child for her. This is about cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Because if it wasn't, she wouldn't be acting like this.
Absolutely.
And she wouldn't be attacking people that are speaking up and saying, hey, give us the evidence and then we'll go. But until we have evidence, we're not accusing anybody of anything.
That's right. Innocent until proven guilty is facts, period.
Yeah.
So,
well, yes, she's looking for somebody to do something so she can get some cha-ching from it.
I agree with you. I feel like she's provoking anyone and everyone and anyone she can to get them to say or do anything to her to get something out of that situation. And it's insane to me. It has nothing to do with Sebastian whatsoever. She didn't even speak his name in that video one time. Not one time. That's sick to me. I'm sorry.
And then when she had that encounter with that Bower Sox guy, you know what she said after that was over with? She said, "Oh, he's got money.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it." So you said, I told you right there what she's after.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, all right. Well, look, I'm gonna get off here. My husband just walked in the door, but it was good talking to you in person.
Absolutely.
Nice to have met you.
And as I hope,
y'all carry on.
Thank you.
And tell Mind the Monsters that her laugh, it just warms my heart.
Yes, she's amazing. I love Mom. She's absolutely amazing for sure. And I'll pass the message along. And please know that you're always welcome to call in anytime I do this. I'm going to start opening the lines up a little bit more often for you guys to call in. And we love having you in the community, and I appreciate you supporting the channel as you do so very much.
Well, you take care.
You too, ma'am. Thank you again.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome. Thank you, Peggy Sue, for calling. I appreciate that very much. And again, guys, I hold no bones. I'm a grown man. I have my feelings, my thoughts, and I'm not somebody that goes out and bashes people on a regular basis. I will not sit quietly and watch the things that this person is doing and say that it's okay, because it's not. Just telling you. Just telling you, because I'm tired of watching all the ridiculous stuff that this person is doing. Okay. And anybody else that's doing, I'm going to say the same thing about them. Just saying. That's very true, Andy. Very true. What's up, Niles? Good to see you, sir. So, guys, New York Kitty Cat TNR, welcome. Where are we at here? Again, guys, thank you so much for being here as I was able to explain the rest of Noah's case. Again, there is no update as of yet as far as whether or not those are Caleb's remains. I strongly feel that they are. That's just my personal opinion. And at some point we'll have that answer, and I promise you I will give it to you. Just to keep you guys up to date, I will be doing my late night live tonight for those of you that are interested. So tune in for that. We have another call.
Call from
Barbara Hall.
Miss Barbara, you're live with Dago. How are you today?
I'm wonderful.
Wonderful.
But I called about your case on what's his name? You just said his name.
Oh, Noah Presgrove?
Noah. Yes, there is
Yes.
another case just like that in Fredericktown. His name's Douglas Teal. They said he laid down and took a nap. And that case is similar. I know his mother and father.
All right. Let me grab one of my notebooks here. Because you know that I have a bit of a passion for dealing with things in Fredericktown, for sure.
Well, they saying he got hit by a car, but he was beat. There's no doubt about he was beat. I know his mother and his father personally, and was thrown on the side of the highway.
I am not surprised with everything I've seen going on in Fredericktown, and you know exactly what I mean by that.
Right, and when I saw those pictures you were showing earlier of that young man, this mom has the autopsy of her son, and there's a lot going on with his body, things that happened to him that did not add up to him being hit by a vehicle, like they're saying, and then they told the mother to go away, and that was in 2010.
What is his name again, ma'am?
Douglas Teal.
Oh, I do remember hearing his name back when we were talking about Timmy and a couple of the other cases. Okay.
Right. Well, I became really good friends with the mother, and she showed me the autopsy. And when I saw those pictures on here today, it kind of freaked me out because this kid, they're saying, that got hit by a vehicle was beat to death before. They're saying he got hit by a vehicle. The damage of his body just doesn't make sense with him being hit by a vehicle. Like his liver is got something wrong with his liver, his spine, his, what do you call that?
Pancreas or oh, I know what you're talking about. The oh my God, my wife had hers or lost hers because of an accident she was in. Spleen. Yes.
Yes. And his head was mush. There was nothing left of his head.
Wow. Do you know his mother's name?
Yes, I do. Her name's Karen.
Oh,
I don't really want to put a phone number there, but
don't.
Probably been on your
She has
been on here before. I've been
Yes.
sharing it with her today, and I have been calling her to tell her to get on here so that she could see that.
Have her, if you don't mind, because you have my info as well. Have her get in touch with me, and I will gladly bring her on here, and I will put that case out there, and we will look into this a little bit more as well, just as much as we do with Timmy. And
well, I saw Mr. Steve. And Mr. Steve told me that when somebody gets hit by a car, it knocks their shoes off their body.
Almost every single time. I can clarify that. Yes, ma'am. I've never seen it not happen. Absolutely.
So I've gotten invested with the families in Fredericktown because of what I've been through, and I want to help anywhere where I can for them. And then while I was listening to your podcast, that other lady got a hold of me because she knows my name, and she's got a missing family member that's 17 in Missouri. But I just got off the phone with Arctic, and he's going to try to get a flyer made for her family.
Yes. Good. That's awesome. No, this is not a new one, Molly. This is another one from a while ago. Do you remember this happened in 2010,
It was
right?
in 2010, yes.
Yep. Okay. And yeah, I remember seeing Miss Karen in the chat when we were covering Timmy's case that day. And I think when Miss Kimberly was up here with me, she was in the chat at one point too. So I definitely want to get in touch with her.
Been fighting for 14 years. It's very sad.
Absolutely. I will be more than happy, Miss Barbara, to take this on. I'm sure Arctic will join me for whatever he can as well. And we will see if we can make a little bit more noise on this as well and see if we can get something done. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you all. All of you guys are amazing.
Absolutely. And just, as are you, Miss Barbara, as are you. And I appreciate you always being here day or night when we do these things and standing with us as we do what we do. I appreciate you so very much. And you know, you have all of our hearts.
Get what they deserve too for their loved ones.
Yes,
and you
absolutely.
guys do amazing jobs. And I was told not to ever speak to you from the highway patrol. I'm not going to lie, but
It's okay.
they should have done something.
We
And
understand.
these same people are involved with this Douglas Teal case. Some of the same people are in law enforcement that was here when this happened to Timmy and Durante.
Wow.
Yes, it's crazy. And when
It
I
is.
saw you show the pictures of that young man, it just blew me away because I know Douglas Teal's mother, Karen.
Wow. Absolutely. Yes, I will get in touch with her or vice versa. Like I said, you can give her my information, so on and so forth, and let her know I'm ready to go. I will do it at any time she wants to. Bring her up, tell her story, and see what we can do with this. Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Okay, thank you. You all have a blessed evening.
You too, Miss Barbara. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Amazing, amazing lady. She's been through so much, guys. That was Miss Barbara. She is the case we covered. Timmy D's, that was his mother.
Call from
Norma.
Thank you for calling in. You are live with Dago.
Hey, Diego, it's Norma.
Hey, Miss Norma, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm eating my French fries and cheeseburger.
There you go. Can't go wrong with that, can you?
Don't ask me where I have to eat every time I watch y'all now.
Absolutely. There you go. What can we do for you today?
Well, back to Gabe. Not Gabe. The one we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Noah Presgrove.
Noah. I know years ago when I was smaller, we had a security guard at the hospital, and two guys tried to rob somebody in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Went after the car. They had got their car by the end, and he had went after the car. Well, when they set off, he somehow got hung up behind it,
Mm-hmm.
and it drug him, but it only drug him like a half a mile,
Right.
and it left parts of him laying everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm thinking maybe they could have used a four-wheeler, and being they said that he had a four-wheeler wreck earlier,
Mm-hmm.
or if there was any proof that he did have a four-wheeler wreck,
Right.
maybe they were using that for an excuse.
Exactly. That's a very good point. Very good point.
And maybe they used the four-wheeler and drug him after, they may have beat him or whatever, drug him, and that would make up for the two cell phones that went out that way and then came back.
Yes, ma'am.
Two people on the four-wheeler, and because mine has a winch. Well, my boyfriend's does, but I have a Polaris 500, and you can put a winch on it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They could have hooked him to the winch and drug him out a mile and then drove back.
That definitely makes,
damage. I feel like if it was a big truck, just like the security guard, no further than they drug him, and they didn't even know he was behind them. They didn't know he had gotten caught up under their vehicle, and it was a car.
Right.
But further than that, I mean, it tore limbs and everything off. So,
wow.
If they purposely, knowingly had him under there dragging him, it looks like it would have done more damage.
Yeah.
If you didn't see him.
No, that makes sense.
It may have been the four-wheeler. I don't know how far away he was from the party when they found him.
I believe it was just about a mile up the road from the house where they found him, literally.
And that really wouldn't have been that far on a four-wheeler. And I know that 500 of mine, and my boyfriend's is a 600, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I know mine has a lot of power to be a 500.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they definitely do. We use them on the fire department, and they're good for getting back in areas and things you need to do that you can't in a regular vehicle. So yes.
Yeah, and I know they can do some damage to you if you being drugged by one.
Absolutely, yeah. And if it was a straight shot straight up the road, he wouldn't have been all over the place. It would have just been straight like that. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and then going back down, they could have covered any tracks, you know, where they drug him. They could have covered them on the way back down.
Yes, ma'am.
Back.
Yep. Agreed. Agreed.
So,
Absolutely.
To me, I'm looking more towards like a four-wheeler because I know there was another occasion where it was somebody else had gotten drugged by a car and it had did a lot more damage as far as like tying away limbs completely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Well, and like I said, they had multiple ATVs there. There was said that he had 2 accidents with 2 different ATVs, so it could have been any one of the 2 or more. We don't know exactly what else was at that home. So yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, and they could have come up with a story that maybe he had an accident on it and he didn't.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Most of the wounds that he was going to end up with or whatever, or ended up with.
Absolutely.
That's just my theory on it. But I'll let you go. I know you have more callers, and it's nice talking to you.
Always, always. And thank you so much for calling. It's wonderful to hear from you. Please know you're always welcome to call in anytime I'm doing this, okay?
Yes, and tell everyone I said hi.
I will do that. Absolutely.
Okay, talk to you later.
All right, Miss Norma. Have a wonderful day. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Thank you, Miss Norma, for calling in. She says hello to everyone that in case you couldn't hear her. So thank you for your insight, Miss Norma. I appreciate that. It does make a lot of sense. I think some of the witnesses that some of the kids at the party had stated that he had an accident twice, 2 different ATVs. So it's also interesting. I can agree with that too, Andy. Definitely agree with that. Yeah, Andy also says that she thinks the accidents were to account for any of his blood or DNA that might have been found on the ATVs. Very good point, Andy. Very good point. Very, very, very good points. So again, guys, as I was saying, I will be live again doing the late show tonight. I can't give the exact time, but I'm going to say somewhere between 10 and 11. We can touch back on some of this again. Maybe we'll have an update for Caleb, and if not, we will always find something good to talk about. I look like I'm crazy with my hair with these headphones, guys. Again, guys, I think that's probably going to be it for today. We're at 4 hours now. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the phone lines down for right now. Thank you for those of you that called in so very much. I appreciate everybody that joined me today. Arctic, always a pleasure, my friend. And all of you in chat, you have no idea. Thank you guys again for getting us to 10,000 subscribers. That's amazing. Oh, I'll be on again here later on tonight, Stephen, for sure. As you can see, I have people all over my house now. So we're going to be doing that. Oh, yeah, of course, Andy. I kind of thought that as well. But I want to thank anybody that has donated towards the channel via the links that we run through here. Guys, I appreciate that so very much. Every little bit counts and it all adds up. And again, it helps me to pay these bills to keep coming to you guys every single day. So thank you again for that. I want to thank the Blue Crew, my team of amazing moderators and producers for everything that you guys do. So very much appreciated. I can't do this without you guys, and I won't do this without you guys. Everybody in chat, again, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel and being here every time we cover something and not missing anything we do. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much, and absolute love to all of you. So guys, tune in a little bit later, watch, and you'll see it. I'll put it up here soon when I'll be here. Have a great night, Lucia. And who knows what we're going to be getting into, but I think, no, I was last night. Okay. Other than that, guys, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Absolute love to every one of you guys, and I will see you all very, very soon. Bye-bye.